Welcome into week 9 of the IHSA football season. I'm Matt Rodewald. He's Steve Soucie. Wave, Steve. All right, that's about much you're going to see him look at the camera most of the night, and here's why. Because he's going to be digging in on scores that you're seeing scrolling at the bottom of the screen, and we've got a busy night. Now, why don't you tell me what you're noticing, what you're seeing just off the bat here before we kind of dig into whatever scores we get?
Well, it started off pretty quick tonight. We had one of those 4-4 teams that was playing a team with a better record. Before we even got to games, I found out that we had a forfeit involving one of those teams. So a 4-4 team out of the Chicago Public League got a forfeit win against a team that was that had a better record in Chicago King. So the team that got in was Chicago Good. The team that got knocked out was Chicago King. And then there was another Chicago Public League game this afternoon, which I was kind of iffy on the result between Lane and Amundsen. And, basically that was a game where I felt like the 3-5 team had a chance to win with a ton of playoff points, but they didn't. So Lane dropped out of the picture. So all of a sudden you started to see the machinations coming early. And then all night tonight, we had the exact opposite of what we had last year. We talked about it on Monday where we were talking about, hey, there were a lot of teams that were playing 4-4 teams with worse records that didn't get the job done. They appear, to the most part, to be getting it done tonight. All those teams are moving through. But the interesting story is we have got a bunch of 4-4 teams playing very, very well, and some have already recorded wins against teams with better records. Genoa Kingston, for one. Collinsville is on its way to a victory as well.
I'm watching that one right now, too. I have that pulled up, so I'm going to keep it on. That's 34-17, 2 minutes to go. Yep. Prairie
Central beat Bloomington Central Catholic tonight. That was another.
That's notable.
Clifton Central just walked off Salt Fork, won 28-27 in that game. So that one has heavy weight for the smaller classifications because it's going to start pushing some of those teams in there. So what we're doing when we total those all up, we've got 5 teams that have kind of punched their way into the field from as long as Collinsville finishes that game off. So, and as far as I know right now from that other column, there's only one team, a 4-4 team, that is struggling quite significantly against a team with a lesser record, and that's Yorkville is beating Plainfield North right now. The last time I heard it was 20-0 in favor of Yorkville. So 5 from one column, 1 from the other. So that's a +4 to the underdogs, I guess you would call them. And when we started play tonight, I thought we were going to need 4 4-win teams. So what does that tell you? We've got a +4 on that one side. We needed it before. We don't now. So we're standing at 0. So right now, as it stands this minute, with all the information that I have available to me, we will currently have 256 teams that will finish with 5 wins. Now, some of that is still very speculative. We've got teams out there that are 4-4 that still have to finish off wins. We've got a couple that play tomorrow as well. So we can't anchor it down yet. But as it stands, it looks like we're going to not need any 4-win teams to fill the field, but there are a lot of ways that can change over the next couple of hours and possibly even tomorrow.
So, I'm going to keep an eye on this, and so I'm trying to get a Yorkville score for you as well. Yorkville did win 20-0 a final. That was as of the last 10 minutes ago. So we do have that final coming from the Yorkville Athletic Department. A couple of notes here why don't you go ahead and take a minute to dig through here. Let me reset everything and let everybody know. So I'm looking at the comments. Thanks to everybody on YouTube. We're going to need these scores. And typically what happens on tonight is, where does this team fall? What do you see in this? I don't know if we can get to that right away. So I want you to be patient as we go through these scores as they're still kind of coming in. As we get deeper into the show, which is going to go on for quite longer than we normally do together, at least, we'll make sure to get you as best a case scenario in terms of reaction on some of these. So keep that in mind. But the biggest thing we can get right now is the scores, so that you can see that man right there, Stu, says he works on putting those brackets together and figuring out who's in and who's out. So I will be watching the comments. In the meantime, I'm digging around for scores, and if Soucie needs something, I'm going to try and get it to him just like you. In the meantime, we're going to take a second to get some highlights together, and I will set the storylines of all the games that are going on right now, including East St. Louis, including the Duquesne Championship on the line. We're going to talk about that, but first, highlights from Week 9. So quite an atmosphere tonight, playoff-like atmosphere down there in Frankfort, New Lenox for Lincoln Way East. Every seat taken in that one. And it's not just the big schools. Something that I noticed as you guys are compiling things was Dupc and Seneca. That was a full house as well, and that's impressive. So something we continue to watch as we watch towards postseason feelings. Postseason football is upon us here. We're seeing the scores come in. They're in overtime now, I understand. East St. Louis and IMG, what are you seeing on that, Soucie?
Yeah, they were fiddling around. It appeared that there was supposed to be one more second on the clock. So it looks like we may have one more play before we go to OT.
Okay.
Now we're lining up at midfield. So
so the coin toss, yep.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to keep an eye on East St. Louis and IMG. Not a huge score indication from a bracket standpoint, but certainly curious to see if East St. Louis can get to 9-0. And would you call that an upset over IMG?
Absolutely.
Instinctively, I would call it a massive upset from a national standpoint. So we're going to watch that, keep an eye on that. In the meantime, some of the scores that are coming in. Freeport Pretzels, they win tonight, 21-12 over the Rockford East E-Rabs. Rushville a winner tonight. We got Oakville Valley a winner over Arthur Lovington. That is a surprise for sure. ALAH, I expected them to finish strong, but not the case. We know that Kankakee is good. We wondered about Crete-Monee. Wonder no more. Kankakee and the K's cruising 56-14 the final. We're trying to figure out Wilmington. I think it's too early to say in terms of whether they'll be 3A, 2A. I would imagine right now you're nodding your head at that, so we'll keep an eye on that. Lincoln Way West over Bradley Bourbonnais. That was a shocker just because of the margin, 51-7. Lincoln Way West over Bradley Bourbonnais. Expected something different. The last 2 weeks, it's been a little bit tricky for the Boilermakers, and so they're going to have to regroup as they go in the postseason here. They struggle to get by a winless DeKalb in the meantime. Keeping an eye on what's going on up north as well. Some good ones and some notable ones. Lake Forest struggled, but they did get the win over Mundelein, a final of 14-6. Wakanda, a winner over North Chicago, 50-16. Looking at trying to see if I can get a final from the Warren game. Do we have a final in that one? I don't know if that's crossed our screen. Haven't seen it yet, so keeping an eye on that. Give me a second. I should probably have that here momentarily. Looking through, and then we're going to be doing this on the fly here as we've been talking about. We'll see if we can continue to get that score. Can't get that yet. Also wanted to see what happened with Lake Zurich and Stevenson. So those are two games up north that we're curious about, particularly if we're now really putting a danger on the 4 and 5 teams even having a shot at the postseason. People trying to at least get to 5 wins to be sure of everything. Addison Trail came into this one 7-1 against Downers Grove South, but Downers Grove South rolled them up 38-14 the final. Cary Grove completes the unbeaten season 55-8. St. Charles North upset Geneva tonight, the final of 35-21. It's an upset only in record. St. Charles North was really good all season long, but they went into Geneva, spoiled their senior night, so the Duquesnes now gets split 3 different ways. All 3, Batavia, Geneva, and St. Charles North, finish at 8-1. The Vikings are trying to go to 9-0 for the first time in 16 years, and that did not happen. I don't know if that Geneva impact really changes 6A or even 7A. You and I talked earlier in the week. That game may not have changed anything in terms of really seeding or anything. So that's something that we'll certainly see as you go through the information to try and sort things out. I do want to get this recap if we can, and then we're going to, so that we can reset and kind of get going here. Sycamore had an unusual one tonight with Cahokia coming up north to play them. Cahokia, good record, but I expected Sycamore to do what they did tonight. Eddie Carifio with the recap, 9-0 Sycamore Spartans.
Sycamore 52, Cahokia 14, the final here in Sycamore. You can hear they're celebrating good times, 9-0. They take care of a team that was 7-1 coming in, hadn't given up this many, had been scoring at least 26 points in every game, 83 yards at halftime, probably finished at around the 220 mark. They did have a big run in there. The story for today, though, for Sycamore was Aiden Wizard, 130 yards at halftime receiving about. That's what he finished with. Also had a 36-yard punt return that led to a touchdown. Committed to NIU earlier this week and had himself a game. So there we go. Sycamore's 9-0, and now they're waiting to see who they will play. I would assume here in Sycamore next Friday or Saturday.
They will be at home at least for 1 week. It depends on who's in that 8-9 game with them. That will be very fascinating to see who falls in the second round for them. Otherwise, I would imagine Sycamore easily a quarterfinal team. And depending on the road, they can get deeper and deeper. It'd be interesting to see if the Spartans can continue to move forward in the postseason. Any scores that you're seeking right now that you don't have, what can I do for you? I am your servant tonight, Soucie. What scores can I bring for you to the table?
I'm looking for a Dixon score from tonight. I'm sure they won. I just want to get it locked in there.
Can see we can figure that out. Again, if you have that, post it in the comments here on our YouTube page. This is where the YouTube channel really comes into play tonight. So we'll get that Dixon score as best we can. We had that Yorkville final, so let's see if we can get a Dixon score. Who'd they have tonight? I don't have that in front of me.
I think it was North Boone.
North Boone. We'll see if we can get that. Okay. Good. The old Twitter machine firing up a little bit here. Don't really have that. It looks like hold on. Dukes get the win tonight. We do know it's a win. I don't have a final on it. At least 47-0 at one point. So I want to say 54-0 is the final. Don't have any other information. I will make sure. But it is a confirmed win for Dixon. So let's start with that. Eureka, a shutout winner over Shelbyville, 27-0. We see Centralia winner over Effingham, 35-19. It is late, by the way, in Warren and Libertyville. So let me see if I can get that going. Fire up the TV machine to see if I can watch that one. That one, wanted to see how that would turn out, particularly if Libertyville can kind of bounce back. And Warren trying to get into the postseason, but I don't know at this point with them. And
East St. Louis opened with the ball, by the way, Matt.
Yes, go ahead.
Scored a touchdown on their first possession here. They're now lining up for the conversion. I'm not sure if they're kicking or going for two at this point, but they got the ball first and are point pending here, I guess we'll call it.
Point pending. All right. So I'm trying to pull up Warren and Libertyville to see if we can watch that. It is 35-28, Libertyville with 35 seconds to go. Warren has the ball inside the Libertyville 43-yard line. So you watch East St. Louis. I'm going to watch this one for a second. Again, 33.7 left. This is at Libertyville tonight. What's the implication of this one?
By the way, Matt, they did
really?
They kick blocked.
Kick is blocked. Give me the we're trying to keep track of as many teams as possible. Warren's situation tonight, they need a win more than anything else, I would imagine, right?
Warren base. No, they're good. They're good either way.
Okay, they're good either way. All right. Yeah. So this is more of a seeding situation than anything else.
Yes.
And I would imagine with Geneva's loss tonight, this becomes hugely important for Libertyville up north in terms of where they want to fall in the 6A bracket. Cary Grove already a winner tonight, so they're 9-0. We can slot them in. So Geneva folks that are just turning this on, pay attention to what Libertyville is doing. Up by 7 with 18 seconds to go. Warren could not complete a pass. They had a shot at it inside the 10, knocked away. So they're going to split out and do it again here. Again, back at the 43-yard line, 18 seconds to go. Warren needs a touchdown and an extra point just to tie it. This might be a situation where Warren goes for 2 to try and get the win. Hit as a throw and another incomplete pass. So 3rd down and 10. Again, 43 yards out. They got a lot of work to do here with 13 seconds to go from the Libertyville 43-yard line. What other scores are you looking at?
IMG dropped for a 2-yard loss.
Okay, so East St. Louis is getting themselves in serious position to pull off a massive United States upset, American upset here. This is a nationwide story from a high school football standpoint if they can hold on here. Is IMG coming to this 8-0? I would assume so.
No, they actually lost their opening game of the year, I believe, to Canyon. I'm not even sure where they're from, but they were 0-1 to start the year, but have pretty much massacred everybody since.
I'm just going to guess California, Nevada, or Arizona based on that. So on 3rd and 10, Warren did get the first down with 7 seconds left. Do they got a hustle line? I don't know if they have any timeouts. They don't have any timeouts. They're going to scramble to spike it. Will they get it off in time? They will with 4 seconds left. So the reset here is Warren is at the 31-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 10. It doesn't matter. It's 5 seconds left in the game. How is overtime going for you?
He gets 2 yards on 2nd down, so they're setting up with a 3rd and 10, down 6.
3rd and 10, down 6. They need to score. Where are they at? The 10-yard line?
10-yard line.
10-yard line. So they got 10 yards to go in. They're in overtime down in – where are they playing that game at? Is that East St. Louis? Or is that down in Florida?
That is in East St. Louis, yes.
Okay.
Third down pass, incomplete.
Okay, so it sets up a fourth down play here. East St. Louis needs one defensive stand from 10 yards out in order to pull off a big upset. And I would imagine there's a lot of television coverage of the St. Louis area there, so you imagine you can find some stuff on the internet. And they had a false start for Warren right now, so that's just going to back them up 5 yards. It won't matter. But it's second down, 15. Warren is going to be at the 35-yard line. Again, Libertyville coming into this one 7-1 after getting upset by Lake Forest. Lake Forest, who had a good start to the season, so not really too much of an upset, but a surprise more than anything else. And so Libertyville favored in this one just based on what they've done this season here. But if they drop the 7-2 or they finish at 8-1, you know, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt because they've had a good schedule. They also had Lamont on their schedule like Geneva, so they'll get those same playoff points. In towards the end zone, intercepted. Libertyville will intercept it, run it out, and that's it. So Libertyville wins it past the goal line. And so that's how Libertyville wins on their senior night. So an exciting finish for the Libertyville Wildcats. How is overtime down there in East St. Louis?
We took a timeout, so now we're lining up for the fourth down and game play, we'll call it. Got to get in the end zone here if you're IMG. No opportunity for a first down.
The Central 301 employee is obligated to tell you that the Central Rockets 31-7 over Huntley tonight, the final, and so they finish at 7-2. Huntley now slips to 5-4, and that becomes very tricky for them in terms of their postseason matchup in the first round.
A desperate heave for IMG. Looks like it's complete. Touchdown.
Wow.
He was flushed out of the pocket and threw a little wobbler over there, but the kid came to the ball and got it. So looks like IMG is lining up for the kick here with the opportunity to win it.
That's all they need. All right, you keep an eye on that here. And again, keep the scores in the comments coming. I'm seeing them. I know we haven't gotten them yet as we're watching these games in overtime. And I know a lot of questions are coming in terms of how is this team faring? Where are they going to get seated? We're not going to be able to get to all these answers just yet. We might need an hour to sort of sort things out before we can start seeing where these teams will slot and fall. You're watching
Kick is good. IMG wins 14-13.
So IMG wins and beats East St. Louis. So that throws 6A a little bit with Huntley, Libertyville 8-1, Geneva 8-1, Cary Grove at 9-0 on one side. You have Kankakee. Where did they finish? 8-1 as well?
Yes.
Okay, so they finish 8-1. East St. Louis 8-1. I imagine East St. Louis has more playoff points than Kankakee. Am I right or no?
That is also correct, yes.
Okay, the normal game helped, but it didn't push them over the top. So if the seeds were to hold, which I've only seen one time, I want to say 8A, that happened many years ago, a tiebreaker situation where Kankakee would have to go to East St. Louis.
Right.
In that case. That's why this one was fascinating either way. So how about that? East St. Louis, a good playoff test for them. How important was that for them just to have that experience? I would imagine big time.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, it felt like they had a real chance to win that game. I'm sure some point you'll probably see the touchdown that ended up beating them. And if I would have broke down that play, I'm sure East St. Louis would have been like, I'm okay with that. Because I mean, it almost seemed like kind of a lucky break that they ended up scoring on that play. So tough loss for East St. Louis, but that's why they do that. I mean, they play those teams to prepare themselves for what they expect to be a pretty solid postseason run. Because to be frank, their conference schedule doesn't really give them a lot of pushing. So definitely an interesting game and one that is admirable that they played. And even in a loss, I'm sure there will be a lot of people that will have a different opinion of how good East St. Louis really is after how close they came to getting that win.
All right, let's catch our breath after we've been watching two tight finishes here, and we're going to get a recap of what happened with Dupc and Seneca tonight, one of those fascinating non-conference matchups in Class 3A, Class 3 or 2A, either way, and then eventually we'll slip in a break as well here. So I know there's a lot of people watching us. Don't go anywhere. Keep putting these scores in because we're looking through this, and And Seuss is adding these to his database. I'm looking at the same database that he has, so I know what he's looking at. So we're going to be able to kind of get ourselves sorted out as quickly as we can to understand how the impact of these brackets are being felt tonight. So first, let's check in with the Seneca Irish. They fall from the ranks of the unbeaten. And Seuss, we're going to have to talk about how many unbeatens are left, because East St. Louis, Geneva, Seneca, they all go down tonight. We may be down to 20 before we get to it. So the recap tonight from JT Petalty.
JT Petalty here. We've gone final in Seneca. Dupc defeats Seneca, hands them their first loss of the season, 33-22. Quarterback Cooper Hoffman, he's as good as everything we've heard. 4 passing touchdowns, and he had a rushing touchdown with 1:30 left. That pretty much clinched the win for the Rivermen. Seneca running back Brody Rodemacher, 72-yard touchdown run on the second offensive snap of the game, added a 44-yard touchdown run later in the game, but it wasn't enough. Seneca takes its first loss. Both teams will be 8-1, awaiting a playoff draw.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens to Seneca. Are they still on the cusp of a line where they're 2 or 3, or is that just a Wilmington conversation at the moment?
I think right now it's just a Wilmington conversation, but with some of the scores that have been coming in, I think right now, if you were putting me on the spot and saying what I think is going to happen,
right,
Wilmington's still going to be in 3A, and I think that a lot of the teams that are looking at that bubble between 2 and 3 are probably pretty similar to where I had them the week before.
Okay. That makes sense. How confident are you that we will not have any 4 and 5 teams at the moment? I know we talked about this at the Open the Show half an hour ago, but I want to kind of revisit that a little bit.
I think right now I'm leaning towards probably not. I haven't. Have you seen whether or not that Collinsville game went final?
It was 34-17 with 2 minutes to go, and I shut it off. So,
and then the other game that I'm kind of watching that has kind of a big hinge on that is I don't know what's going on with Marengo and Sandwich.
I was trying to find it, and you know what? I had it up. Let me go back and find it here. Give me a second, and I'll have it for you. Okay. So let's check in on Marengo and Sandwich. And again, if you have I'm going to keep an eye on the comments. We got like 6 screens going, all of us do, to try and figure out how this is going to go tonight. We'll see if we can get a Marengo and Sandwich score. We know we have a feed for it. The feed doesn't have the score on it, so I'm trying to dance with this and Twitter at the same time. Let's see if they're still playing. First and foremost, they are still playing. I can tell you that. Okay, so give me a second to kind of dig through the old social media circle and see if I can come up with a Marengo Sandwich score. If you were at a game tonight and you had a great atmosphere, I am certainly curious to see how that went for you. Let's see here. We have Alex Meklar is there, so let's see if he's got. There's a long. Let's see. There are about 3 minutes left in this one, so I don't have a score. Bear with me here, but I'm getting closer to figuring this all out here. Marengo with a 21-14 lead with about 3 minutes to go. That's what I have, and it's a 4th down coming up. I don't want to put my head underneath the screen to look at my monitor here, but we're going to figure this out here. So 21-14, we got it in the 4th quarter. Thank you very much, John, for that. And so Marengo with the ball. It looks like 4th down coming up here. I don't know if John has a time on the clock. Probably not. But if he's watching, I imagine it's loud in that one. And if they can get the first down, this should be done. And I think that's what they did. So they got the first down. Yep, you can see the Sandwich sideline is not happy with that. I would imagine Marengo is going to hold on and win this here. And I like this score right here. Reed Custer beats Lyle. Reed Custer 1-8. They went 0-8 to start. There's a battle of 0-8s tonight. I had this on my list. So good for Reed Custer. The comments, bravo, you got one. That's the way you do it. You finish the season strong. It's a tough year to go 0-8, but to get that one win, that feels good going into that off season. As we go to break here in just a second, I just want to note something for you, and you can keep going here. You can half listen if you'd like, because again, this is how this is going to go tonight. I was in my car coming from DeKalb back to Geneva to do the show tonight, and I had no less than 6 games on the radio. Just thought I wanted to just read them off for you, just to tell you thank you, local radio. We had Oswego and Oswego East. Our good friends down there in Yorkville took care of that. I had the Calvin Stag on the radio tonight for 5 minutes. I don't know why, but it was on. We had Lena Winslow and Forston. Typically, you want that on the radio. Not tonight. Leewin rolled them up and had 58 points at halftime. Princeton and Erie Prophetstown I was able to pick up. I don't know how I was able to do that too. Mercer County and Mendota. And my favorite one, Byron and Stillman Valley. I heard all of that as I was just flipping through the dial like it's 1991. That's just kind of how I do things. I'm a nerd like everybody else when it comes to this stuff here on a Friday night. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Sousie's going to update us on what he's looking at. We're going to check in on some of the scores that we still have and try and see if we can sort out some of the most impactful situations on why we might not see 4-win teams in the postseason this year. We'll check back in on that this week 9, the Friday Night Drive.
Hey, football fans, listen up. I'm top there, and I drive a Hawk. I got it from my friends at Hawk Volkswagen. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Hawk Volkswagen on Jefferson Street in Joliet or online at hawkvw.com.
Do you ever wonder where the profits go when you shop at a big box store? Hi, this is Patty from Oliver's Corner Market. When you shop at Oliver's, you can rest assured that the profits stay local, supporting other local businesses and charities. Find us at the corner of Britton and Bradshaw in Dixon.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interest. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
Mr. Seuss, can you hear me? Try that. All right, we're playing around with it here. There we go. Hi, guys. Sorry. I can hear you now. It's like the old Verizon commercial, right? Can you hear me? Yes. All right, so let's sort ourselves
there we
out.
go.
Apologies for that here. This is what happens because what I'm doing is just a little inside TV here. I'm looking at my phone, and then I have a computer down here. So when I want to send a text, I literally have to grab this thing. But that's like, I will upset the universe if I just try and send a text. And that's exactly what happened. I haven't done it in 8 weeks. I've tried it tonight. There we go. All right. What are you watching right now, Mr. Soucie? What are you seeing? What's jumping out at you?
A lot of what I'm concentrating on now is even though I know these games are kind of over, like the Marengo sandwich game, I'm just trying to make sure that it's finished because it's so pivotal in the grand scheme of things because, like we've talked about several times already, it's one of those games where you've got a 4-4 that is trying to beat a team with a better record and get themselves to that 5-win level. And if indeed, Marengo and Sandwich finishes this off, and it looks like Marengo, I think they just scored a touchdown in the game. So
it'd probably be 28-14 at this point.
Yeah,
27.
So it looks like that one's probably cinched at this point in time. So that adds another one to the list. And I've got this board sitting behind me that's got both of the groups of 4-4 win teams, and I've been sliding over the ones that are picking up the wins. And if you're a 4-win team, you want me sliding ones on the left-handed column, which would mean it's a 4-4 team that was playing a worse record tonight and didn't get to 5. I'm not sliding any of those. I've only slid one. So I'm sliding them all from the other side, and that's not what you wanted as a 4-win team tonight because now – with Sandwich, that makes 6 of them total from tonight.
So,
and that's
this is the worst case scenario for the 4-win teams, right?
Yeah. So we came into tonight believing before any of the games started that we were going to need 4. So in order for them to keep it there, they needed to have an equal amount of teams on each sides of those columns. Well, right now I've got 6 on one side and 1 on the other. So basically that means now we're sitting in a situation where it's +5, and it was 4 before, so now it's +1. So that means we're going to have one more 5-win team if all of it plays out the way that it's supposed to the rest of the way. So we're going to actually have one 5-win team that's going to get eliminated at this point in time.
So yeah, that's a big thing. And I want to continue to look at those 5-win teams and figure out which ones are going to be sweating here. I don't know if you have that list yet, but you're working on it here. So I'll give you some time on that. I want to report in the comments. Appreciate that. Quincy went to Capital City and Jefferson City and won tonight, 42 to 31. So Quincy 9-0. Do you have an idea yet if they're going to be solid in 7A, or are they still in a question mark to drift back to 6?
Well, right now, the interesting thing about that is when we talk about the 4-win teams maybe not getting in, the lion's share of those teams that were looking to get in were large schools. So, so basically what that means is the line is likely going to shift. When I say down, I mean 6 to 7, 7 to 8. So when I say
up,
when I say up, I mean you're going from 4 to 3, 3 to 2. That's whenever I use that terminology tonight, that's what I mean. Okay. So my initial inclination would mean I think Quincy is moving down the list right now. They're off the bubble now. They're a little bit more secure in 7A based on the activity of this evening.
Stevenson over Lake Zurich, a final now, 20-17.
Yep.
And so we're looking at, and then Antioch got a win tonight over Grays Lake Central, 53-20. Glenbard South did what I expected them to do, 62-0. Willowbrook over Leiden, 44-6. Montini over St. Lawrence tonight, 28-3. Not even close. I mean, that Montini team is a wagon. And if you're in 3A, Byron, you better pay attention to that, because that's, and the fact that Byron's over here and Montini's over here is a good thing, because I want them to face each other as late as possible. But hold on, Wilmington. 3A could be really, really stacked up north this year. Oh, and DePaul Prep.
Yeah. Yep.
So we got all week to talk about that. But go ahead.
Curiosity, Matt, have you seen a Batavia score from this evening?
I have not. I did not expect anything to be outrageous with that one. I'm going to go find them now.
That's what I'm at. That's why I'm asking, because I have a final here that I'm kind of confused by, to be honest.
I'm gonna go. Oh Lord! Wow, I'm looking. Yes, this is much tighter than it should be, and they did survive. Batavia did win, 35-34.
That's the score I had. That's why I was confused.
Do you want to know why? Because with 3:46 to go, Glenbard North went for 2 to take the lead.
Wow!
Didn't get it, so Batavia survives. It's on the road in Carroll Stream tonight. Probably Batavia had some inkling of what was going on in Geneva, and so they get that win to get a third of the conference championship. They're going to be, these are the kinds of games that propel teams, and that's where Batavia is going to be dangerous next week, depending on who they get in the postseason. So they finish at 8-1. So that is the final score. Batavia had a 28-14 lead in this one with 3 minutes to go in the third and nearly let it slip away. That's fascinating. Thank you for finding that, because I would not have expected that. I would have turned that off and moved on from that. So let's see what else we can find here. We're looking for a Lockport score right now. Do we have a Lockport score? That's one we need to find here.
Wow. And, I just saw the scroll come across there. Lockport rallied big time. That game's still going on.
That's still going. Okay.
26.
Right.
But that's
I'm gonna go find a feed.
That's an interesting game in the sense that Lockport obviously needed to get into the conversation, but they actually might be helping the field in that way, but maybe not themselves, because Homewood needed that game to get to a 5th win. But I don't think Lockport's going to be on the top of the list. So we might be back to 0 if that score holds.
I'm looking at 3.5 minutes left. I had 32-29 HF right now.
Okay.
Yep. So, and I have Lockport with the ball at midfield and taking off on a 25-yard run to get inside the 35-yard line with 3 minutes even left. So I'm going to watch this and see how this one turns out. And it looks like a good Lockport crowd that traveled down there. And let's see where they move the chains and spot it. Looks like they're going to be at the 31-yard line. So, again, keep an eye on that one as we get down here to the wire of that one. So Lockport on hold. We're watching them to see where they go tonight. Chatham Glenwood beat Springfield tonight, so that's the final we get. Unity with a win over Monticello tonight. It's 42-2. That's a good win for Unity. They've been kind of off the radar, so to speak. Lincoln goes down. They dropped to 4-5 after Jacksonville beat them tonight, and they moved it now with Lockport and second down coming up. They picked up maybe 6. No, they picked up 4. They're 2.5 to go, clock running. And so a game-tying field goal or a game winner if they can get it to the end zone. And the first down and a lot more, they get inside the 15. So Lockport is marching, kids. Wilmington, the 56-18 win over Streeters. You see St. Francis, that went final. They beat Nazareth 39-36. So that one just crossed as well. We're going to hear from Wilmington here in a little bit. I'm going to hold off on that because I want to at least see how this goes with Lockport and Homewood Flossmoor tonight. Lockport down by 3, marching. They got it inside the 5 now with 2 minutes, and the clock winds. So can you explain this situation with them one more time as best you can in a little more detail if you can? You just did a couple seconds ago, but I know people continue to jump on with this. And why a win might hurt them?
Lockport would go to 4-5. They would essentially knock Homewood Flossmoor out of the field. But in going 4-5, Lockport does have a lot of points, but I don't think they would have enough to be at the front of the line. And right now, I think that's really the only chance that you have is to be in the front of the line.
Touchdown, Lockport. They've taken the lead with 1:26 to go. Up 3, extra point coming. So a crucial extra point here. I don't know the kicking game of HF that well, but yeah, with the 4-5 conversation changing as the night has gone on, it's certainly interesting to see how this result will impact all of that. And I'm waiting for the extra point. Is there another score you're looking at right now while I kind of wait for that?
Right now, I'm looking for Marion Mattoon's score would be the one that I'm trying to hunt down right now.
Okay, that's going to be next on my list to figure that out. Do we have a Naperville North Sandburg score, by the way? Just curious.
I haven't seen that one in a while.
Okay, that's another one I wanted to get my hands on as we're staying in the Southwest Valley to see how that goes. And don't have it. Going to have to look it up. Bear with me here. So the extra point is good, by the way, 36-32. Lockport leading with 1:26 to go. And so Lockport would get to 4-5. They have been snake bit all year in close games. I know that Wheaton North was in a tight one with Lake Park a little while ago. I didn't get a final on that. Going back to Naperville North, it looks like the stream is still going. And this is Naperville North with a win, I believe. They just shut the scoreboard off. So that thing's done. So Naperville North, a win over Sandburg. I caught it just in time before they shut the board off. You know, they're supposed to leave that on so that people can take pictures. And how about Loyola tonight? This one just crossed 31-7 over Mount Carmel. What does that say to you? And then there's the Marion score you're looking for too, with Marion over Mattoon. Mattoon.
The Mount Carmel Loyola score, I could have told you that was going to happen because for 4 consecutive years I've picked the wrong team in that game. So that basically I picked Mount Carmel to win that game. So I was almost certain that Loyola was going to win. So that's just the way that goes.
What is Mount Carmel? They fall to 6-3 now?
Mount Carmel falls to 6-3 and probably falls in the neighborhood of the dreaded 16-17 game.
Oh.
So in that neighborhood, it might be a little bit different than that, but I'm guessing right now that that's what happens to them. Loyola, on the other hand, they might move all the way up to 10-11 somewhere in the 8A draw. And all like for the last 4 weeks, I'd had them in that 16-17 game. So they got themselves out of that situation. And I think, to be honest with you, I'm kind of relieved about that in a little way, because if Loyola would have ended up in that 16-17 game, I really didn't want to see Lincoln Way East and Loyola in the second round.
Not in the first or not the second round.
I wasn't interested in that. I didn't want that to happen. So, yeah.
So if you're a 6-3 Mount Carmel team, you're keeping an eye on what might be next to you, which would be a Quincy team, maybe at 9-0. You got Whitney Young. What did they do tonight, by the way? Do we know?
They were winning comfortably.
And they would go to 9-0.
Yeah.
You have St. Charles North getting a win tonight, and your reward might be a Mount Carmel if you're not careful, because they're now 8-1. Looking just up and down the radar, Glenbard East could be sitting at 8-1. I don't know if we have a final of that. And Batavia
at
8-1. Okay, yeah. So Batavia also to 8-1. and you might be if you're not seeing them in the round one, you could be seeing them even more so in round two. So this is where this road in 7A is going to be really, really tricky. So let's go back to see what's happening with the Lockport and Lockport and Homewood Flossmoor. It looks like HF has it at the 20-yard line. 1:13 to go. I think a penalty has dropped them back a little bit. So that's something that we're watching as we go. It's been as we get more people watching, we're watching the numbers climb in terms of those that are watching us right now. East St. Louis had a 4th down stand chance to hold off IMG, and IMG scored and then kicked the extra point and won the game. And so East St. Louis nearly upset IMG tonight. Geneva had a 14-0 lead on St. Charles North and let that slip away at home. So St. Charles North gets a piece of the conference title. Batavia survives against Glenbard North. They get a piece of the title. We watched Seneca at 8-0 fall. We watched some of the other notes that we're trying to keep track of here in terms of what's moved the storylines tonight. We'll see if we can figure out some of the – and we had Dupec a winner tonight. How about this score?
Yeah.
Wow. New Berlin over Moroa. So Moroa slips from 7-0 to 7-2.
Yeah.
That's going to make for an interesting 3A bracket down south.
That's a sneaky good new Berlin team, to be completely honest with you.
Let's give them some credit. Good for them. Good for the Pretzels. We have 2 teams of Pretzels in the postseason, kids. It's going to be great. And Freeport a winner tonight, too. So under a minute to go, HF hasn't made any progress. They're inside their own 15-yard line. So I will be stunned if they do anything here. Let's see. As we are continuing to scroll along here and see how things go. Scores are coming in. We had the Quincy score at 42-31. We had it's a final now. Marengo 28-17. You said that. Let's see. Now we're getting some discrepancy on that Moroa score. So let's hold back on that for a minute. See if we got that right. Again, we're just scrolling around, and that's what we're doing tonight, making sure we got it all right. They're in a timeout, by the way, down at HF. So we'll have that for you in a second. Checking some of the other scores. Quincy Notre Dame, a winner tonight, by the way. They finished at 8-1. So Quincy goes 9-0. Quincy Notre Dame goes 8-1. The only loss was to Quincy. So that was some good football had in the western part of the state. Very, very impressed to see what's been happening there. Princeton was cruising, by the way, 47-7 over Erie Prophetstown. We didn't get a final on that just yet, or at least I haven't seen one, so bear with me if I haven't. And see if I can get some other ones that we haven't gone through yet here to make sure. Or are you looking for another score? You got the Marion Mattoon score.
Yes. Right now, one of the bigger gaps that I have is I basically don't have anything from the Middle Illini Conference.
All right, so we're going to go through that next. That's going to be my next one as soon as I see if Lockport can finish this off here. Again, HF's quarterback's standing inside his own 10-yard line, and I've seen weirder things happen. They go incomplete, brings up 4th down, although it nearly caught over the other side of midfield. 41.5 to go. They're looking at a 4th down and 21 down there at Homewood Flossmoor. So the one we want to see is what's happening in the Mid-Illini. There's a trusty source I go to on that. So let's see if I can see if that one's fired up for sure. It's going to have to take me a second to get it. So we're digging. That's what we're digging. All right, we need Mid-Illini scores. Let's see if we can get it here. And by the way, I do have Moroa Forsyth 43, New Berlin 22.
Okay.
So that's what I'm seeing now. So so reverse that a little bit. Hayworth Hornets a big winner tonight. That one not meaningful in terms of playoff contention. Let's see. Chicago Christian over Aurora Christian. Do you have that one? 28-21. And Williamsville a winner over who do they have? Pleasant Plains tonight, 56-14. And I believe they end up with the outright title for them. So Farmington a winner tonight. Got that one. I'm just going down south here to see if I can scroll through some scores all over the place. And nothing in that source. So let's go with another route, shall we? See what's going on with I have 2 methods for this. I want to see, first off, the finish of this one. Oh, we got another timeout coming. It's 10-17, and there's a bunch of timeouts going on. down at Homewood. So let's see if we can pull up the Mid-Illini Conference and get a better idea of it. And I'm watching the comments here too. I haven't gone back to that in just a second here. We got Washington over Morton tonight. Dunlap beat Metamora. I don't have scores on that, so I'll double check that. And Pekin over East Aurora, or East Peoria. I did see that one earlier. So let's see if we can get some. We got Mid-Illini scores, and here we go. We got Pekin with a 62-20 win over East Peoria, and Washington over Morton, a final of 54-24. Canton over Limestone, by the way. That's an 0-8 battle. Canton gets to 1-8. Good for Canton. There you go.
And I heard you say it Metamora over Dunlap.
No, I had it the other way here. Let me double check here just to be sure. We saw it in the comments here, and we'll have to verify Dunlap over Metamora. So I'm going to double check that to make sure I have that correct. And by the way, the Princeville game was quite the finish, I guess, down there. So I'm just seeing this cross. Dunlap and Metamora. Let's see if we can get the actual final on that one and maybe some details on how that went. In the meantime, I'm flying around. Let's watch this fourth down play. 4th and 21 for Homewood Flossmoor. Can they get it and pick it up? They cannot. Incomplete. Lockport's going to hold on to win. 36-32 is going to be the final of that one. So there you go. What are the implications of that one? We talked about it again. Just want to clarify that one more time.
Well, I think what the situation that we're looking at right now is it's going to be a point race between Lockport and Oswego East to see who's sitting at the front of the line of potential 4-win teams that get in. By doing that, Lockport has moved the number back to 0. So when I say 0, that means we're not going to need any 4-win teams in the field, and all 5-win teams are going to get in. If that number changes when we get one of these 4-4 teams playing and they lose to a team with a lesser record, then that number would change to +1, and that would mean we need 1 4-win team to get in. If we get another one of these games where it's an underdog where they win over another one, then that number would change to -1, and then that would mean we would need to subtract a 5-win team from the field to set the field at 256. So when I use that terminology, that's what I'm talking about. I believe with that Lockport victory, the number currently stands at 0. It means we're not going to need any 4-win teams. We're not going to have to kick any 5-win teams out. But right now, that's where I believe we're at based on all the information that we have.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for that. As we, again, just try and sort things out as they come in here. And we're still trying to find that Dunlap and Metamora final for sure. Hope Academy 43-0 over Christ the King. Highland Park over Vernon Hills tonight, 43-36. And West Aurora makes it a perfect season, 56-0. No surprise. They get a win over Streamwood. West Aurora at 9-0. Who's going to be the 5-4 team they don't want to see? I don't think you're going to see a 4-5 team, but who would that 4-5 team be?
Yeah, that's a good question at this point in time. I just sorting them all out because, we've got some teams that, I think are pretty low on points that are now moving down towards the bottom of the bracket. But in that situation, I'm not exactly sure who that is.
West Aurora would be the 4th ranked 9-0 team. So behind Linkaway East, Lions, Oswego, and then they would fall in line after that. So when you're counting from the bottom up, you want 32, 31. You want the 29th team. That's who West Aurora is going to face. And as I look through the math here on this, as I'm looking at your big board, see how this goes. We're looking at quite possibly, Homewood Flossmoor got beat, so that would bounce them. You're looking at potentially a Glenbrook South. How about a Waubonsie Valley matchup?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
That's a possibility there. Hinsdale Central
I'll
is a dangerous
roll a
team.
name out there right now. Joliet West, I think, might be an option.
That's another one I'm looking at. 30. You have them at 30 points. They win tonight, by the way, beating Plainfield Central. Plainfield Central finishes the season at 0-9, but Joliet West goes to 5-4. We talked about it all through the season. Kudos to Joliet West for stringing together a couple of back-to-back seasons where they've been in the postseason. So, again, there's the final. Dunlap 28-20 over Metamora. Thank you to Michael for that score. And so, and we're starting to get the questions on whether – how about Edwardsville? Where are they slot in terms of brackets? Any idea
I think
where is falls now?
Edwardsville's going to end up being an 8A team. That's something I'm fairly confident in at this point in time, because when you combine the fact that Lane did not win tonight, and
that's a big one from that, yeah.
And then you also take into the fact that one of the leading teams in that 4-win discussion was Glenbard West, and they were the buffer between Edwardsville and 8A. Right. But now they're not in the mix right now for this moment, and I think it's going to take something spectacular for them to get back into the mix. So that would mean Edwardsville is going to slide down and take one of those vacancies, and I think it's a pretty safe bet that Edwardsville will end up in the 8A field.
How important was Niles West's win tonight? Did they get a win? Do we know that?
Yeah, they did get a win. I did see that earlier. I can't remember what the score was, but they did win. Yep.
How important was that for them just as they're seeing the 4 and 5s fly over here?
Yeah. Well, they had to have it, because it would have been one of those things where, they would have been they're still, they're pretty low on that list, but not at the absolute bottom. So
not at the total bottom of that.
So that they were one of the teams that I felt like might have been vulnerable to not winning tonight. So they won somewhat convincingly. So on the lookout for a Evanston Maine. On trying to track that down.
See if we can get an Evanston score.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's find out what's going on in Evanston tonight. Nope, hold on. Bear with me. I'm moving around, dancing, flying around here, and we're due for a timeout here momentarily, so I do know that. Let's see. Evanston, I don't have that. We'll get Maine South here. Let's see if we can get some good old Maine South football fans. They know how to do it. I'm surprised we haven't seen them jump up and bite us a little bit and say, hey, why come you not talking about us a little bit? So let's see if we got a score from them tonight. Maine South do not have it. Still looking. Let's see if we can see it. While we're doing that, Freeport, you see them at 5A, right? I would imagine Freeport's a 5A team and not going anywhere else. So
yeah, I'm pretty confident of that.
And at this point, the other thing I want people to consider here, and as we've talked about this a lot the last couple of weeks, we have seen. By the way, we had Maine South last check. I think we'll have a final here for you in a second. Yes, this is a blowout, Maine South. I have 55-22 the final.
Okay.
So there you go. 55-22 is the final there. We talked about the fact that there are so few unbeaten teams, and we lost 3 of them tonight. And who's getting home games? If you're a coach on a coaching staff riding the bus back from wherever you are right now, and you're 7-2, you're probably playing at home, especially one of those big classes, right?
Oh yeah, no, I think that's one of those situations where you're going to see 8-1s on 3 lines, maybe even 2 lines. There are a couple of classes where I think we're just going to end up with basically nothing in the undefeated groups. That's where we're sitting right now. It's just the reality of the situation. When you got 8 classes and only 22 undefeated teams to go around, that's ultimately going to be your situation, because it looked like heading into tonight that we could have like a whole bunch of those congested in 3A, but a lot of those fell with with Seneca losing, and then in that situation. So that those have kind of paired off as well. So you knew you were going to get 2. Yep. We know of 3 more. There might have been 1 or 2 other ones that we don't know about yet. That's kind of crazy when it comes right down to it, because I knew we were going to set the record. We're going to set the record in impressive fashion. So I just saw a score come across the scroll, 21-20 win for Dwight. That was really important for Dwight because their point situation was not very good. If they would have lost that game, they would have been a 5-win team. They might have been sitting really, really close to that line if we do end up having to bump 5s. But that was their number 6 win, so they are locked in now.
I'm seeing a lot of people asking questions. Edwin, I see your question about where is Olympia going to fall? Where do you think Freeport's going to fall? We talked about that. Thoughts in this matchup? Thoughts? We're not quite there yet. We're getting there. We're trying to sort out who's going to fall into some lines. And, yeah, I know there's some complaints over strength of schedule and the seeding. This is the way they've been doing this for 50 years, guys, in terms of as they've formatted the wins. And this is why you see conferences, fall apart, because teams are chasing 5 wins. That's why the Interstate 8 is hanging by a thread, because they're just tired of getting beaten up, trying to figure out how to get to 5 wins. That's why Sandwich is playing Marengo tonight instead of Caney. That's just kind of how this goes. So I understand the frustration of it, no doubt. And a team like Quincy, when you're stuck at 9-0 and 7A over there in the western part of the state, yeah, it doesn't feel good to have a Mount Carmel come in and beat your doors off. But that's just kind of how the schedule is right now. That's how it is in terms of the way that this is set up. And I think most coaches kind of accept that and understand that. And if there's one team that's frustrated by it too, Seuss, and I think we've talked about this before, Princeton is one of those teams. They do very well, and all of a sudden they find themselves against IC Catholic, and it's night time. So I certainly know the frustration with some of the teams in northern and western Illinois. So I wanted to bring that up just to say that we see these conversations, Genoa, Prairie Central, we get it. We're going to get to this stuff here. We've got a long time to get through this. We want to get all the scores formulated and figure things out and so that we can have a little more certainty to this. Do you have Three Rivers scores? Do you need those? Because I'm looking at Monmouth, a shutout win over Sterling Newman tonight, 21-0.
Give me 1 second and I'll go down and look.
Okay, we'll go down and look. We got Mercer County over Mendota, 56-14. Kewanee over Orion, 44-34.
I am all good. I'm all good on Three Rivers, but you can feel free to read them.
I'm going to read them off just in case you're joining us. Rock Ridge went over Hall tonight, 48-10. Princeton a winner, as I heard in my car, 61-14 over Erie Provincetown, and Riverdale over Sherrard, 38-6. All right, what scores are you missing here? We got a timeout in a second, so we can take a timeout while I go look for some stuff. What are we trying to get here?
Manuka and Bolingbrook is one that I'm seeking right now, to be honest with you.
We're going to go get that. If you have it, if you have scores we have not put on the bottom of our screen, put it in the comments. Jump in on the comments and make sure that you jump in with your scores and keep asking the questions. I'm seeing these questions. We will get to them and try and sort out who's in 6A, who's in 7A. Do you think they'll get a home game? We got a lot of questions to sort through, and we got all night to do it. It's week 9 of Friday Night Drive. Stay with us.
We're here to help you with your problems that result from an automobile accident or an injury on the job or the loss of a loved one. There's no reason you should go through this alone and guess that you're doing things right.
We deal with tragedies that affect families and individuals every day.
Come here and protect your interest. We've been doing this collectively for over 100 years. Let's put that experience to work for you.
Hey, football fans, listen up. I'm Top there, and I drive a Hawk. I got it from my friends at Hawk Volkswagen. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Hawk Volkswagen on Jefferson Street in Joliet or online at hawkvw.com.
I like Reich.
I like Reich.
Since 2016, it's been my privilege to represent the people of the 63rd District. I want to continue representing you as an independent voice in Springfield.
I like Reich. We like Reich.
Do you ever wonder where the profits go when you shop at a big box store? Hi, this is Patty from Oliver's Corner Market. When you shop at Oliver's, you can rest assured that the profits stay local, supporting other local businesses and charities. Find us at the corner of Britton and Bradshaw in Dixon.
All right, welcome back. This is week 9 of Friday Night Drive, and we appreciate all of you that are watching us across the state of Illinois, wherever you may be. My name is Matt Rodewald. He's Steve Soucie. He's hard at work putting all the data in to try and figure out who is where. How comfortable do you feel in terms of the amount of work you've been doing that you'll still have to go the rest of the night? What do you think?
Oh, I think we'll be all right.
We'll be in good shape. All right, so good.
Yep.
Because what happens sometimes when we don't get scores, it takes longer to get this done. So the sooner we get those scores, the better we are. So Genoa and Prairie Central, 3A field. And I was curious about just where – we haven't talked much about where the lines go, north-south lines yet. Do you have they moved at all these last couple of weeks, or have we been pretty steady on these lines?
They've been pretty steady, but when you start talking about some of the teams that moved in this week, some of them might mess with that, to be completely honest with you, because I think The most conflicting line all season has been the one in 2A. The line is razor thin between the North and South brackets, but some of these teams that we're adding might mix that up a little bit, to be completely honest with you. So I'll be interested. That's a later on in the evening project when we get all the scores in, but I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see, you know, who took whose place and where these lines bumped, because I mean, the bubble line, I know for a fact right now, based on what we're looking at, the bubble lines in 3 and 4 and 5A probably are going to look different than what we had originally.
All right, so that's something to keep in mind as we go forward here. We did get a score from Minooka beating Bolingbrook tonight, 29-22. What do you make of Minooka right now in terms of where they're going to fall? That's an 8A team, and what they finished 8-1, is that right, or is 7-2?
7-2.
That's right, because they lost to Yorkville. That's why I had that messed up a little bit. So where do they fall as a 7-2 team in 8A? A chance for a home game there?
I think they're right in the middle of the bracket, to be honest.
That's what I'm wondering.
And their non-cons were not that strong in terms of points, so they're going to be on the lower end of the 7-win teams, just in terms of you know, who they could potentially play, because they just don't have a lot of points out of their non-conference schedule.
Let's go back to the non-conference, because we talked about it certainly week 1, week 2. Playoff points that you want to see if we need that might impact what you're doing. Is there any games out there that you're curious about that we don't have that might be a playoff point factor at this point? Obviously, we need records, but
not right now. I think we're starting to get pretty close to where I feel like we've got a lot of the stuff that we need. I'm looking for a moments score from tonight. That's one of them that I don't have.
Okay, let's start on moments.
Another Vermilion Valley score that I don't have, Westville and Iroquois West. Those are two that I'm missing out of the bottom here. But I'm looking at my bottom 100 games, and they're filling out quite nicely.
Monmouth and Watseka tonight, right? Is it? No, that's an old one, because I'm looking at your post. They've been a little dry in terms of posts lately. So who do they have tonight? I forget.
Moments is playing Ridge Farm, Georgetown Ridge Farm.
Okay, so let's see if we can get Ridge Farm and Moments. And is it? I'm going to ask you: is it Moments or Moments?
Moments.
You know, yes. I've never known that. I'm glad I asked you. I figured if there's anyone that's going to know that answer, it's going to be you. Figure out that score and see if we can get that to anybody. Moments. See, I'm going to drill it in my head now. As they played, we don't have a final. They had Georgetown River Farm. That was at Moments tonight. Were you over there? Did you go anywhere tonight?
I did not go anywhere tonight.
I figured not.
I put my helmet on and got to work pretty early this time.
What time did you sit down? I'm just curious to know that on a night.
Actually, I took my dogs out for a really long walk in the hopes that I would wear them out and they wouldn't be a nuisance for the rest of the evening. So I think that succeeded. But I sat down at about 5:30 and started maneuvering through.
Right.
So
well, I hit a wall. So if somebody else can fire up the old Moments bat signal to get that score against Ridge Farm, that'd be great. Our friends over at Marquee got to watch Prospect put 78 points on the board against Buffalo Grove tonight. So I'm sure you enjoyed that. 71-27 in that one. That was that had to be a tough watch for a lot of folks. Let's see if we can go back to some questions that you can answer while you're doing two things at once. Let's ask the Olympia field in terms of a 6-3 Olympia team. Where do they land? Are they a question in terms of class, or is it just a matter of matchup?
No, I think we're pretty secure in that. I think moving to 6-3, I think they're probably looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of a 10 seed. South bracket of just off the top of my head. Possible opponents, just kind of looking at the board, maybe a Benton, Bologna Unity, maybe. Well, they won tonight, so that's probably going to move them up.
That changes that a little bit.
But yeah, that Roxana is another team. I think those are possible opponents when we get to that point later on.
Okay.
I did find the Moments score, by the way. I no longer.
You did.
Yep. 35-12 win for Moments.
All right, Moments. So what did they finish? 8-1.
That is an 8-1 for them.
8-1 team for them. So, and I'll read a couple of these rapid fires. We mentioned Edwardsville 8-7, so we'll do that again. Pekin 6A, 7A. Where do you think they fall?
Pekin will be a 7A team, I believe.
Okay, so they're going to stay in 7A. Let's see if we have any other ones. Someone asking who's coming to Moline. I don't know if we have the answer to that yet. But Moline is a team.
If I had to throw a dart at the board, I would say Bradley Bourbonnais is coming to Moline.
Yeah, and that's probably a good time to get them because they've kind of hit the wall here in these last couple of weeks here. Curious to see how they right the ship on that. So do you have most of the scores? Do you feel like you have a good, or you're obviously still looking? Redbud, by the way, a winner tonight. We see over East Alton, Woodland, 46-32. What scores are you seeking? Not just scores, but like a volume. Do you have a good volume at the moment? You're not at 100%.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. Like right now, I'm actually looking at Missouri scores, believe it or not, because I'm trying to get a couple of the out-of-state scores filled in here. Edwardsville getting beat tonight in their game with Smet. Just getting.
Oh, they did get beat. Okay.
Yeah, they did get beat, actually kind of handily. So that was 42-19 was the final in that one.
That is 6-3 team.
That is a 6-3 team now.
Okay,
yes.
All right, very good. All right, so I'm trying to do this on memory. You have it in front of you. Which is awesome.
Yeah.
And
so,
let's see.
Also, I just found it. Never mind. I'm not even going to ask. Andrew over in Equal Valley.
Okay, got that one.
So Andrew.
Who does that impact with playoff points?
It helps out. Obviously, helps out teams that have Andrew on the schedule. But that was kind of the way that I expected that one to go. So that doesn't pivot anything. So.
I've got
just hit a grand slam to win the game for the Dodgers.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I don't have that on. I'm focused.
Yeah, I have that on in the back corner over here. I have it. I'm a big baseball guy too. So
of course you. Well, I don't know. I can't tell. I'm looking at that back wall behind you.
Yeah, can't go without at least having some knowledge of what's going on.
Good. There. You should do that. That's good. Piatone over Herscher tonight. Herscher was one of those 4-4 teams, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so that didn't happen tonight. With St. Bede over Ottawa, by the way. They had not played since 1980, and I was keeping my eye on that one for amusement. How about St. Bede? Good for them getting a 38-28 win at home to finish out the season. That's awesome. Let's see. And I had another game on. I forgot to add to my list of games that I had on the radio tonight. I did have Oregon and Athens on. I somehow had that one. Yes, I did, because Oregon, it's up here. So.
Well, that was important. That was an important game. Oregon needed that game, and they won comfortably in that one.
Got it comfortably.
They needed to get to 5-4.
Yeah, this is not your 2023 Athens team, and that's okay. But that's a good win for Oregon and the Hawks. Someone asking about where they think Morris falls. We were talking about Morris last couple of weeks. Where's your assessment now in terms of the Morris football team?
I think they're very precariously holding on to a spot in the 4A field right now, but it would not surprise me to see that they would be in the 5A field. So I anticipated that they would probably go up to Michigan and have trouble getting a victory, and they did. They lost tonight. So a really dangerous 5-4 team in Morris, if they can get a little bit healthier. I know if they end up in the 4A field, I don't want to be an upper seed seeing Morris coming across as a 14 or a 15. I just don't want that.
Yep, and that's what I was just about to say. And even like a team like a Central Rockets squad at 7-2, if they're high enough on the board, and Morris says I don't know what 5A looks like in terms of number of 5-4 teams. You got Hillcrest down there. You got what's Sterling do tonight? I forget. They lost, so they dropped to 5-4. So, and I'm just looking down at those types of teams to see. We don't know about Canelan. That's tomorrow. Canelan and Althoff.
Yes.
So if they drop the 5-4, that's going to be interesting. Local scribes expect Canelan to lose that one, which says a lot in terms of how good they think the Althoff Crusaders are. But that's one where the Class 4A, 5A, it's the matchups, because if you get the CPS path, that's the one you want. To get deep. And so that's why these 4A and 5A teams are so hell-bent on looking at these CPS scores, and my school included right now at Central, trying to figure out how this goes. So fascinating, no less. Prairie Ridge getting to 7-2 too with a win tonight. They beat McHenry. And St. Francis also getting to 7-2. I'm just still looking at there's a lot of 7-2 in 5A right now. That makes it really messy.
Yeah, that definitely is. It's and then you start kind of having to distinguish, like just kind of from memory, who has those points advantages and who's going to sit at the top of that group and who's going to sit down near the bottom. So that's definitely one where you're looking at that class, and there's definitely a log jam right there in the middle.
Lincoln Way West, if you look at where they might be seated, and just off the top of your head.
I think they're probably going to end up around the 20 seed, somewhere in that neighborhood in the 7A draw. I had them projected to win that game. I did not expect them to win as comfortably as they did.
I don't think anyone did.
To be honest with you. So I kind of felt like they were a team with pretty good momentum. I want to say they were 20-21, somewhere in that neighborhood. I haven't seen enough to convince me tonight that there's going to be a lot of movement, at least in that area of that bracket.
Can we get a rematch between Bradley Bourbonnais and Lincoln Way West next week?
I mean,
it's a possibility.
Theoretically, it's possible, but I mean, I think for that to happen, it would have to be in the middle of the draw, and Bradley's got low playoff points. Lincoln Way West has got pretty good ones. So if you're going to have a 6-3, 7-2, it would probably have to be like a 15-18 game. But I think there are teams ahead of them in the line. So I think Bradley is going to be probably the borderline for who gets a home game and who doesn't, like low 7-win points. So it would probably not, would be my guess, but it's close enough where it's a worthy consideration at least.
I'm looking at the importance of St. Rita's win tonight because they jump over Edwardsville and Mount Carmel right now in terms of seeds. When you think about that, fascinating to see where the Mustangs match up, where they land, and the possibility of a St. Rita Brother Rice game in the postseason.
Yeah.
Before we even get back to the Catholic League or to the Catholic side of the Prep Bowl, so to speak. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. Schaumburg, by the way, I believe they won tonight. I want to make sure that turned out correctly. Do we have those the mid suburban league all wrapped up?
I have not gotten to that point yet. So
let's start down that path. Let's do that together. So let's see if we can get just some clarity on what's going on in the mid suburban. And if you got those scores, make sure you chime in there. We're looking around. We haven't talked yet about Wilmington, whether they're in 2A or 3A, because I think we want to let some chips fall first. So we will get to that. It's going to take a bit. So we appreciate the question from Bailey there. Totally understand. This one just crossed. Palatine over Barrington tonight, 30-24. That's the final in that one. Waubonsie Valley hung 70 on Mattia tonight, 70-28. And Naperville North, as we said before they shut the scoreboard off, I caught it, 44-34 in the nick of time on the stream there. Downers Grove North struggled tonight, but they did get the win over Hinsdale Central. Hinsdale Central was feisty as they were leading at Downers Grove North for a while, but it was Downers Grove North, a winner 42-28. The Trojans get that win. So, and the Upstate 8 Bowl. Can we talk about West Chicago's 1-point win over our Fenton Bison? Dang it. So close. So close to seeing Fenton go to 7-2, but both those teams in the postseason. What does that do for these teams? In terms of seeding, what do you know? That shakes it up. I mean, you probably, it was a toss-up game for you, right?
I mean, I actually had that one right. That was the way I expected it. So, but it was one of those that I was pretty torn on. But the situation for all of those teams in the Upstate 8 was, they didn't get a lot of points in their non-con. Most of them did not get a lot of points in their non-con games. So whatever level they end up, they're usually going to find themselves at the bottom of that group. So if they're in the 6-win group, they're likely at the bottom. The 5-win group, they're likely at the bottom. So, but I was just going through my mid-sub scores here, and I did have them. We talked about the mid-sub West. They're sending 5 of their 6 teams to the playoffs now after all that sorts out. So that's definitely something that is, ooh, boy, that's a costly loss. But they're still going to get in. The team dropped to Elk Grove Village tonight, 21-13.
Repeat that one more time. You broke up. One more time.
Elk Grove Village beat Rolling Meadows 21-13.
Wow, that is a costly loss, I would say. Welcome.
Rolling Meadows was already in. They had 5 wins, but that's going to bump them down a few lines on the inevitable bracket. So I was
going to say, when you're looking at 7A there, the further you slip into that, the more likely you get the trip to Quincy in the first round. So that's something you got to be careful with.
There's now a possible opponent for West Aurora. We were talking about teams before. I think that
might be the team.
That's a possible lock up there too, I think.
West Chicago getting to 6-3, moving up a little bit, so that's key. And with Fenton dropping that one, where did they drop down to 6-3 as well? Is that correct? Okay, yes. But they stay in front of some of teams like. Did Guilford beat Boylan? Do we have a Guilford final at all in that?
I don't think they did. If I remember correctly.
let's go through that. See, that's next on my list. See, we're just attacking this line by line, item by item as we can. The Nick 10.
Guilford did win, Matt.
Guilford did win. The Guilford Vikings, the Fighting Ellsbergs, get to 6-3. How about that? Very impressive. So they move on to the postseason in good fashion. And with Guilford in 6A, 6-3 Guilford, that could be who's that? Who gets them here? Because again, we're looking at 8-1s and 7-2s. Could Guilford get a Shepherd?
Well, see, the interesting thing about Guilford, the early moves of earlier tonight, Guilford actually is pushing towards 7A right now. So
really?
Yeah, they were on the fence before the first projection that I put together earlier tonight based on the public league results had Guilford going into 7 as the smallest team. So that is a situation there that has to be monitored.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that, and that would be, if they don't, there's a chance they get a rematch in Nick 10 play there, as you see where it depends on where Belvedere North falls or what have you. What else did I have conference-wise? I just lost it. And let me go back to the scores here for a second. I'm flying around on a bunch of different apps just to see exactly how these line up here and getting little groups of scores so I can see them and read them cleanly here. Hononegah over Belvedere tonight. That was a 44-16 win. So Guilford beats Boylan. Belvedere North wins. It's all chalk, basically. And Freeport, we did get to see a win tonight as well. Hey, DeKalb got their first win, a 41-0 win over Stagg. 0-8, not 0-9. Give it up for Derek Schneeman and company and the Barbs. Make sure that they get their first win of the year. What else are you looking for? What are you seeing right now? What are some of the storylines that
I thought I heard
developing?
You mention this score before, and I might be wrong about this. Did you have a prospect score from tonight?
I did. Prospect 71-27 over Buffalo Grove. Yes, yes. Local television viewing for all of Chicagoland. Anyone who has that on direct to consumer. Do we have how are you feeling about your downstate scores tonight?
I'm missing some from the Southern Illinois River to River Conference. I do know that.
Before we do that, Richland County 50-27 over Robinson, 9-0 for Richland County.
Yep.
So you need the River to River Conference?
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's fire up the old River to River Conference and see what we got going on down there. We got Mississippi and Ohio. We got Benton to win over Harrisburg tonight, 34-7. We have Murfreesboro beating DeCoin at home tonight, 28-14. Nashville gets to 8-1 on the year, a 48-7 winner over Dupc. Those are the only finals I have in front of me. Okay. Let's see if I can get some of the other side of the conference equation here, because they have two divisions down there. Yep. And I believe I had Mississippi. Nope, that was Ohio. Let me go to the Mississippi one and see what they have. Well, are they doing crossover games tonight down there?
They have non-cons. Some of them have non-cons.
Okay. Oh, maybe that's the case here. Breeze Central cruised past Heron, so Breeze Central goes to 9-0 for them, and that is. See if I can keep digging here. But that's as far as I've got in terms of the river to river. What else you got? What else are we looking for here?
Looking for Bremen and TF North.
Bremen and TF North. To see if we got the South Suburban, which is it, the red or the blue?
That is
the blue.
Blue, I think.
Yep. Argo, by the way, do you have that one? 20-9 over Green Park.
Yep, I got that one.
And Oak Lawn finishes 0-9. Richards, by the way, over Revis. We haven't mentioned it, but it's 76-0. The final one.
Yeah.
So
that was the early one.
That's not good. Nobody likes that. I'm very impressed with Shepherd getting, by the way, to 7-2. And the machine is taking me somewhere else. Okay, Oak Forest over Oak Lawn. No surprise we mentioned that. We don't have a Bremen score. Tinley Park over TF South. We do have that. Let's see if we can get Bremen. TF North. Going to type it into the old magical machine. See what Bremen Braves actually were on their Twitter tonight. And don't have anything yet. So,
okay.
All right.
Now we're starting to get a little bit into the nitty gritty here because
yes, we are. That's the point.
Believe it or not, I have a whole heck of a lot of scores.
This is good because now we're starting to get somewhere here. And Somebody says, I'm tired of seeing East St. Louis and Lamont. Let them go play somebody else. I think Lamont would like to see somebody else.
Yes.
Because the first year they did this, it was really good. The second year they did this, it was really bad.
Yes.
So I'm sure that it's the sequels are never as good, but the trilogy, you're trying to wrap up storylines and it never goes well. So it feels forced, right? It always feels forced. Let's see. Still digging around here. And Rolling Meadows, 7A. Do you feel like they're a 7A or 6A team? I think 7A is probably where they fall. I've rarely seen them even in 6A in the last 20 years.
Yeah, I think they're clearly a 7A team.
All right. Prospect with a couple losses to some 8A teams. I'm just reading through the comments right now. DePaul is still firmly in 3A in your mind, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not going to change. We really don't think so. And somebody did bring up Rolling Meadows, West Aurora as a possibility. That might be fun. I saw we got the Libertyville final. We talked about that. And let's see. This is kind of awkward just because we're working while talking with you. We did get the Glenbard East scores, so good for Glenbard East. I think were they 8-1? Is that where they finished the year? 8-1.
Yes.
Glenbard East, and honestly, let's not forget they had a nice run in the postseason last year. That was a really nice run for them to get as far as they did. So they've done a nice job over there in Lombard with both that program, and for the last couple of years, we've seen Glenbard South do some nice things too. They've been a little smaller class, but they've been able to make sure they win the games on their schedule as well. It looks like Lake Forest made sure to beat Mundelein late. I guess this is a really tight game, so Mundelein nearly stole a bid, and that would have been nice to see actually, because Mundelein's. I talked about this with you a lot. Mundelein's always that 4-0 team that ends up 4-5, and you're just like,
right.
Come on, figure it out. I know they're trying their best there. They just can't get over the hump. So that would have been nice to see them actually do that. But they're getting closer and closer, which is great for that program. I still am trying to figure out a Bremen score for you, and I don't have it. All right, let's move on to something else. Do we have any other?
Okay. Update from the desk right now. We are at the point of. I now need 23 scores from Friday night.
Okay, is this all we need for the whole night?
That's all we need for the entire state.
All right, I want those of you that are listening, 23 scores. That's all we need. All 100 of you at least. We've been on the air for 83 minutes. Let's find a way to fill these 23 scores here in the next couple of minutes. What do we need exactly?
Okay, we'll start with Madison and Trenton Westland.
Trenton Westland and Madison.
And then Bremen TF North, which we mentioned.
Still need that. Okay.
Rock Falls, Winnebago.
I'm going to work on Rock Falls, Winnebago.
And Normal West, Urbana. And Champaign Central, Peoria, Manual. That's the first pack of 5.
All right. Let's see if we can get that. See, Winnebago and Rock Falls. We got Winnebago's Twitters rocking and rolling. Did they get anything for us on this? Nope. Let's see here. We are Bago. That's usually a good hashtag to find. They had a big week there with soccer up there. They're more focused on that.
There we go.
Up in Winnebago. So.
Well, this is a playoff point game. It is not a game that factors into who makes it and who doesn't. So.
Okay. Let's see what else we got. You need Normal West.
Yep.
All right, so let's go through Normal West. See if we have that. Come on, Normal West. Find me some scores. Normal West Wildcats. Do they have a good old-fashioned X account? I've not exactly let's see here. Nope. Hold on. Still looking. This is me. This is what it sounds like when I'm thinking out loud. It's not a pleasant thing. It's just noise. Haven't found it. I will keep going.
Okay.
Let's see what else we got. You just keep. So we're still at 23 scores.
We're actually less than that because as you're talking, I'm finding scores that I'm missing. So
okay, we got Winnebago over Rock Falls, 35-32, the final of that. Thanks to everybody else. Normal West, 64-0, and Westland over Madison, 41-26. Now we're down to less than 20, I believe.
Yep.
Okay,
so
hitting it before 11 o'clock would be impressive.
Yeah, it would. I did not expect that to be a possibility. Okay, so other ones that I'm looking for, Rantoul and Illinois Valley Central, Crystal Lake Central and Hampshire, Glenbrook South, Glenbrook North.
The Glenbrooks. Let's see if we get that one for you. Let me work on Rantoul. Rantoul football rules. See if we can get a Rantoul score. Nope, still don't have it. And it's an old account. So let's see. Come on, Rantoul Nation. See if we can find you. No luck. No luck. Let's do Glenbrook. See if I can dig around there. Glenbrook South, 45-13 over Glenbrook North. They get to 5-4.
13:45. Okay. So all right.
What do you think?
Now Fenwick and Carmel is one that I don't have.
We don't have that one. Wow.
Yeah, I have not seen that. Waukegan and Zion Benton.
Oh, do we need Fenwick, by the way, 36-12 over Carmel. Fenwick, 36-12. Who needs that Waukegan Zion point more?
That's it. Yeah, that's an interesting question because that's all that one is about.
Yep. Waukegan Zion, if it were a basketball game in 1995, fabulous. This, not so much. Just going to be blunt about it. And I have called plenty of Waukegan Zion Benton football games. Yeah. So, let's see. Conference. Where the... I forgot they changed conferences. Got to remember that. North Suburban Conference. Hold on.
12 games now we're looking for.
We're down to 12. We're moving. We're making progress here. This is great, guys. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the for jumping in and letting us know. So North Suburban. Let's see if we get a Waukegan Zion score. I can't get the score. It's 1-8 versus 0-7. Who does this matter for? Let's go through that real quick because that's probably important to kind of discuss too. Waukegan, who needs that score? Maine West needs that point really bad. Warren could use that. Well, once you're in conference play, never mind. So we know that Maine West needs that point. We know that Antioch needs that point. So that's who needs those points. Maine West and Antioch care about that game. They're the only ones that do in terms of that. So see if we can get that score for you. Zion Benton. And I'm not sure we could get it. That might be tough. That's just the nature of the business here. So if you have it, send it along the way. So Rantoul lost, by the way, 47-20. Do we have that? IBC with a winner on that?
Yeah, I got that one.
Okay, you have that. We have the Glenbrook South game. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate that. Saw that just a couple seconds ago. We're down to 12. We're down to 11.
Bremen TF North, Normal West Urbana, Champaign Central Peoria Manual, Freeburg and Priory, Missouri, Hampshire Crystal Lake Central, Pontiac Civic Memorial, Zion Benton Waukegan, Rockford Jefferson and Rockford Auburn, Massac County and Pinckneyville, Anna Jonesboro and Carterville, Iroquois West and Westville. That's the entire list.
Jefferson Jayhawks 42-14 over Auburn.
Okay.
All right. So we should probably put this list in a list format. Champaign, you need a Champaign-ish score, right?
Champaign Central, Peoria Manual is what I see.
Champaign Central is what we need. Let's see if we can get that. How about Central Manual? Let's do the old search. I'm just adjusting search terms, kids. That's all we're doing. Let's see if we can find it. Struggle. I'm seeing all the bots that have games that you shouldn't click, but there you go. Still working for it. So let's see. I did find the student section. Let's see if they've been active tonight. The answer is no. So all right, we'll see if we can continue on that way. All right, what we're going to do here is we're going to keep going past the top of the hour here. Let's we got 10 scores left, right? 10 scores. Okay, so once we get the 10 scores, we're going to explain to you what's going to happen after that here. In the meantime, we're going to show you some highlights. We're both going to come back, and we're going to keep going. This is Friday Night Drive here on Shaw Local. All right, we are back as we go into extra time and we continue on here. I'm Matt Rodewald. He's Steve Soucie. What do we have? We got a Freeburg score. Freeburg over the Missouri. Who is it? Priory? Missouri?
Yes.
Don't know that team. That is a 55-21 score there. Who else? We've got Champaign Central in overtime over Manual, 27-20. And Pinckneyville over Massac County, 28-14. How many are we down to now?
6.
We're down to 6 games. All right, let's repeat the list here for those of you that are jumping in and trying to figure out with us. What do we need to wrap the whole night?
Bremen TF North, Normal Community West Urbana, Westville Iroquois West, Hampshire Crystal Lake Central, Civic Memorial Pontiac, Zion Benton Waukegan.
So we need let me go up to the Fox Valley and see if I can handle the Crystal Lake. Is it Crystal Lake Central, Hampshire?
Yes.
That's what we need? Okay, so let's see if we can get that done because that should be an easy one. That's a playoff point game, or is that?
That is a playoff point game. Almost all of these, that's all they are.
Actually, that one really isn't a playoff point game because it's a closed conference schedule, right? So in theory, no, but
effectively it doesn't matter. But I'm
no,
and I have to.
Yes, you do. So we're gonna get it. We'll get it for you. By the way, Crystal Lake Central 2-6, Hampshire 1-7. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Like that. Can't find it. Still looking. Give me a minute. And closed out the wrong window. Of course I did. Hampshire football or Hampshire athletics has been pretty good in terms of trying to come up with at least some updates. Let's see if we can do that here. Let's see what the old athletics Twitter handle has for you tonight. The answer is no. They did not have anything for you tonight. Was that at Crystal Lake Central? I guess that I don't know. So
it was at Hampshire.
It was at Hampshire. Well, that doesn't make it any easier when we go through this here. Going through and finding it. All right, so we're down to 6 games. So we'll see if we can get that. Pontiac over Civic Memorial 20-14. So appreciate that. I wondered if Zion and Waukegan play tomorrow, and I think that might be how it goes. So let me double check just to be sure.
Okay.
That would be one heck of a way to finish the season. I don't think so. I thought that was tonight. Nope, that is tonight. Because it's at Zion. If it were at Waukegan, that would be probably tomorrow. So because lights are of a trouble spot there. Let's see. All right, let's reset here. What are you thinking in terms of your confidence level in having this done in an hour? What do you think?
I think I'll have a field set in an hour.
Okay, we can do that.
And I think we'll be able to start breaking down some potential brackets shortly thereafter.
Very good. And then how many Saturday games are you really paying attention to that might have impact? They all do, but
field construction-wise, not that many. There frankly are not that many games, to be honest with you. Well, there are some, but like they almost all seem to be seed related. The one rogue game out there, there actually are two and they're both public league games.
Of course they are.
Noble Bulls Prep and Westinghouse are both 4-4, and they're playing. Hyde Park is 0-8, Clark is 2-6. So those are the two games that, if they went rogue, that would open the door again for potential 4 and 5s. But both of those are long shots. I mean, Hyde Park hasn't won a game, and I don't think they've scored even that many points. Clark maybe could pull that rabbit out of their hat. But like I said, there's only 3 4-4 teams playing tomorrow. The third is Marmion against a 1-7 Leo team. I think they've probably got that one in hand. But other than that, another thing that I noticed during the break, because we were wondering about that, we have 20 teams that got to 9-0 tonight.
20.
And there's one in play tomorrow.
Okay.
Belleville-Althoff.
Okay, and Althoff has Canelan. It's a 1 o'clock.
So maximum 21 is the answer there.
I want to go backwards and give some context. By the way, St. Viator over St. Patrick tonight, 21-12. Stevenson won on a last-second field goal to basically knock out Lake Zurich, possibly, to the postseason, and they got to the semifinals last year. It's just a brutal turn of events for them. Am I seeing this Conant score right with Conant and Fremd?
Yes.
Good Lord, when did that cross? That went right by me on that. 62-52. That league has been good all year, but I have no idea in terms of how that league went.
So I'm getting word that Waukegan Zion Benton game is tomorrow.
Oh, it is tomorrow? Okay, sorry. So now we can move on for that. Now how many scores do we need? 4?
We need 3, because I just got the Westville Iroquois West score too.
Okay, there you go. And we're seeing Westville 56-13 win. Normal West 64-0 over Urbana. I think we mentioned that a little bit ago. So we're down to 3.
Actually,
what are those 3 again?
It is 2 now.
It is 2 now. What are those 2? We'll just
Bremen, out there for TF North, and Hampshire Crystal Lake Central.
Okay, somehow we don't have a Hampshire Crystal Lake Central score, which is baffling for me. Let me see if I have a good way of finding it here. Not sure I do. You know where I can find it. And see if we can get Bremen and TF. Is it TF South? I keep hearing you say it, and I haven't paid any attention to you saying it.
TF North.
It's TF North.
Yep,
right.
TF North Bremen, Hampshire Crystal Lake Central.
Bremen's handle was wrong. That was the problem. So they had said that it was South. So, all right. So those are the only 2 scores. What work can you do while you're, and walk me through what you're doing before these 2 scores come in, or do you wait for these 2? Can you do anything in the interim?
I can do a little bit in the interim, but it's kind of pointless, to be honest with you, because if I get that score in and somehow Bremen has beaten TF North, and that messes up
then you
everything.
got to start over again.
Yeah, so it's like I'm just going to wait. Like if it was just the Hampshire Crystal Lake Central, and I just throw in a dummy W and an L, because it's a locked conference game, so the points are going to go the same way either way, so it doesn't really matter. So, but the other one, I just want to make sure that it's fine, because this is a lot of work, and I don't want to do it twice.
Yes, and I think
I like
everybody's
doing
struggling.
it, but I don't want to do it twice.
Nobody likes doing it this much. I mean,
Yes.
except you. But
Yeah.
even this gets to a point where you're like, I don't want to do it this much. I'm shocked that we're struggling to get this. These are two scores that we should easily be able to get. So, and I'm digging around and flying around like you and I usually do on this night to try and get that score. So bear with me here as I continue to look. Yeah, all the usual sources I have don't have it tonight. I even gone outside of my comfort zone to find some sources that I don't normally use. And I guess we're going to have to check another column to see if it's, nope, they don't have it either. Okay. So, Crystal Lake Central. Let's see what the old Twitter handle for CLC has. Man, they haven't touched it in months. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Come on.
So
Not
what I'm
tonight,
going
I
to
need
do,
it.
what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to bold these on my sheet, and I'm just going to do what I would do ordinarily in the situation. And what I'm going to do for Saturday games right now is that I'm going to project what I believe is going to happen there.
Right.
When I get the finals, I'm going to go back. So if you want to kind of recap what's going on, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to quickly, I already have this done, so it shouldn't take me more than 5 minutes. I'm going to project the Saturday games real quick here.
Okay.
So we can get a quicker look at like what's going on.
All right, so here's the situation. We have all but two scores from today. And just to recap some of the games, it was a wild night in the Mid-Suburban West. It was a crazy night in terms of exciting finishes, down to the wire finishes, late in the North Suburban. By the way, TF North over Bremen, 34-14. Have that. Now we're waiting on you, whippers. Folks at my school at Central would ask this question, what's a whipper? Now we just want to know what's the score. That's really it. So give us the Central Hampshire score, a Crystal Lake Central Hampshire score. That's all we're asking for. And then we can continue with the meat of what we're trying to do. But also a wild night. East St. Louis had a chance to knock off one of the best teams in America. They had the lead in overtime, and on fourth down, they gave up a touchdown, and then the extra point was the winner, and they lose by one because they did not get the 2-point conversion in the first try. The Duquesne was messy tonight, which we didn't really expect it to be. A chance to St. Charles North was able to beat Geneva. They did, but they had to rally 2 touchdowns to do it, and then Batavia had to hang on for dear life just to get a share of the title, 35-34 over Glenbard North. And kudos to the Panthers squad. They've been beaten down quite a bit. They turned around and got probably their best performance of the year in Week 9. I have a feeling that Glenbard North's going to be on their way back next year in 2025. So one more score. Oh, we have the Hampshire score. We're waiting for it. We're waiting for it to come in here. It's one of those like the dots on your phone of the text. It's coming right now. I'm just waiting for it. So bear with me this is my dot motion, by the way, whatever that is. So bear with me here as we're getting it. And then we can start asking, where do you think they fall? This class, that class? Are they north? Are they south? What seed line do you think? Will this team get a home game? Those are the questions we can start to sort out now once we get that one more score here. And by the way, as we mentioned, Waukegan and Zion, they are tomorrow. So let's see if we can get it. We're still waiting. We have a commenter that said he found the score. Hold on 1 second. What do you mean hold on 1 second? Type it in. This is comedy. This is pure comedy. And this is the only thing holding us up. It's you have that, like when you're walking on the sidewalk and you see that opening that in a crowded sidewalk, there's that one person that's walking slow. And if you could get around them, then you're walking like a normal person and not just like you're crawling. That's what we feel like right now. Or if you're driving on the road and there's that slow person, there's 3 lanes of traffic, but you see all the space up here. If I can just get around this one truck, it's going to be fine. Hampshire's the truck right now, okay? Hampshire's the semi. We need to get the score. Just one score. I don't know why it's taking so long. I could probably look it up by now, but I probably won't be able to get it in time because I've been looking it up for 15 minutes. It's madness, I'll tell you that. Still waiting for it. So those are the main storylines of the night. We're down to 20 undefeated teams the rest of the way. And also, we are struggling to see the possibility of any 4 and 5 teams really getting in the field. and some 5 and 4 teams, well, we're not sure yet. So that's something that we need to keep in mind. So we're trying to figure out the score here, and my feed froze up naturally. So I'm trying to figure this out. And so the question: Kankakee, north or south? I think that's a south conversation in 6A with Kankakee, right? Pretty simple.
Absolutely. I don't have any qualms about that. Sometimes that might be debatable, but I don't see it in the
not this year. No,
I don't see it in the current construction. No.
Okay. And I try to look at those maps all the time to try and figure it out. To whether I can figure it out on my, if that's good, what you'll need to change it to get some teams south. That's why I love looking at the Marnings, the Sterlings. Sterling's always that. Well, I don't know, especially because they're so far west. But
right.
Right. So that's something we look at when we're looking at some of these north-south conversations. Still waiting for that Hampshire score. I'm not going to freak out now. I'm severely disappointed that we were teased as much as we were, and they didn't follow through. I'm still waiting on it. So see if we can come in. In the meantime, 5 and 4 teams on the verge of being left out. Where do we have the list and where we start in terms of those teams? Obviously, we don't know yet. Where are we?
I'm formatting the list right now, so I will have that answer for you in.
Okay. We don't have a final for Hampshire. We thought we did. We were lying to you. Hampshire was winning 34-27. It was 6 minutes to go, and the stream cut. So I had a problem with that tonight too. By the way, in terms of stream with Huddle when I was looking at that this evening in one of the games too. So. They're not the only one in the Fox Valley that had to deal with that tonight. So
okay, my numbers were dead on. It's exactly what I thought it would be. Okay. We have exactly right now with the 2 4 and 4 teams projected to win tomorrow, the 2 Chicago Public League teams, we will have 256 teams with 5 wins. Exactly.
At least 5 wins, yes.
So as long as that happens, so then the list of 4 and 5 teams in order, and I'm not going to do the second term tiebreaker because I don't have to. Kenwood is the first team amongst projected 4 and 5 teams with 51 points. There are 3 teams projected to finish with 50 at 4 and 5. Those are Glenbard West, Oswego East, and Plainfield North. The only way we'd have to figure out the second term tiebreaker would be if both of those 2 public league teams lost tomorrow. Both the 4 teams, if they both lost. If one loses, Kenwood would get the spot.
Okay.
If 2 lose, then we'd have to figure out the second tiebreaker. So there it is.
Go. Hey,
there it is. So
West Lake Central.
So that is where we're at right now.
Okay.
There are actually 260 teams that are going to finish with 5 wins, but 6 of them are from public league divisions where they cannot qualify.
Right.
So you have to take those guys out, and then you get a straight 256. But that is with those 2 4 and 4 teams tomorrow, making sure that they win those games. And those are Noble Bulls Prep and Westinghouse. Westinghouse is playing Clark, and Noble Bulls is playing a winless Hyde Park team. So that is the only out path for 4 and 5 teams at this point in time.
So if you're Glenbard West, what do you need to have happen tomorrow to get in? You got to win.
To be honest with you, I don't know the answer to that because I have to do second term tiebreaker on those 3 teams tied.
All right, you're not there yet. That's fine.
And I'm not there yet. And I honestly think they probably lose that to Oswego East. So
wow. Okay.
So I don't think there's any.
You need to dig in on that. Okay.
Yeah, I have to check it to be sure. I'm not killing it, but that's the scenario.
You're looking at those
teams at 50 would have to have teams lose, those public league teams lose first, and then I'd also have to check those schedules to make sure that those teams that are around there also don't have a Saturday game where they could pick up another point. I don't believe that they do, but I'd have to check their schedules to be sure.
I think you're right on that, just eyeballing it myself. So just to recap, I'm just trying to narrow it down. You're thinking Kenwood is number 1 on this list. Oswego East might be 2. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so those are the two teams that you're really watching for tomorrow. Glenbard West needs, I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah.
I think you're just down to two teams that you're watching for tomorrow to see if they can get in or not.
Right. And it's
Okay.
all in those public league games. And once again, I might be wrong on that second term tiebreaker, but I am positive that Kenwood is at the front of the line. So
Okay.
because I think they also may have an opportunity to pick up another point somewhere too with a Saturday opponent. So yes,
Okay.
I'm drawing the line right now and just making sure that all that math is right.
I'm going to pull up Kenwood's schedule and just go through this out loud here with you. They had
Right.
St. Francis and Nazareth. Okay. They have Peyton Prep, Morgan Park. They've got Hyde Park. They got Young, Simeon, Bulls Academy, and Phillips. So they have Phillips tomorrow. So if you're Kenwood, and if your Bulls Academy plays Hyde Park tomorrow, so they would need a specific situation where the one public league team loses and it's not that team more than
Right.
anything else, right? So Kenwood needs a lot to happen. They need two things to happen right more than anything else. I love the idea that we got some. I see the comments, so we're going to get back to these in a second. But I just want to make sure that we sort this out properly here. So Bulls Academy has Hyde Park, and again, with Bulls Academy sitting at 4-4, Hyde Park is 0-8. So the likelihood of that happening, guys, I don't think that's going to be the case here. And let me look at Hyde Park just to make sure if they've been competitive in anything. They really have not. They've been shut out 4 times this season, including one to Montini. And they had a tight game against Brooks 2 weeks ago. So I don't know. That's going to be tight and tough to look at here. Kenwood and Phillips, both sitting at 3-5. So Kenwood would need to win, and Bulls Prep would need to lose, or would they need to win as well? I just make sure I understand this.
Yeah, I was studying something else there, and
that's fine. All right, no, that's fine. So I'm just trying to figure out Kenwood trying to get in. They would need to win, and they would need some help from Bulls Academy to win as well, or they would need some 5-4s to lose.
Yeah, right now.
This is okay. This is a little tricky. All right, so here's what we've identified. We've identified Kenwood and Oswego East as two teams that basically are the first two in line to get in. We try to figure out what are you doing right now? Just as I'm going to start organizing these questions here so we can kind of rapid fire go through them.
Well, I'm questioning my numbers right now because I'm seeing something that doesn't make sense to me. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Why don't you sort that out?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go through scores again here. We lost the ticker's done for the night because the production crew for us. Here's what happens: they shut the lights off and they go home. It's just us. It's just you and me. Oh, look, it's back. No, they're back. Okay, they're good. They flipped the lights back on. I appreciate that. So you'll have some scores. We're going to go through the scores in case you're wondering how things turned out tonight. And then I'm going to go through some as well, just to kind of make sure that we have all of our ducks in a row. Yorkville won tonight, by the way, 20-0. They get to 4-5, but they need a ton of help, and I don't think they're going to get it more than anything else. I think the Foxes are done. Plainfield South, a winner over Joliet Central. We had Glenbard East. How about Wheaton North going down to Lake Park tonight? Lake Park getting that win 20-7. I think Wheaton North slipped out entirely of the postseason conversation. I just want to double check to be sure. But more than anything, Wheaton North went from 3-0 to on their way out, which is a bit of a surprise for the Falcons this year. And I think just kind of a tough break in terms of the schedule, the way that worked out. Wheaton North, they dropped to 4-5.
Oh, I missed that. Okay, that makes more sense now.
Is that what you had wrong?
I was confused. I had it right in the spreadsheet, but I didn't even register it when I was putting it in.
Okay.
Because as I was going through and removing those 6 public league teams, I then discovered that, wait a minute, we've got 4-5s.
Yep. Okay, so let me just recap what I said. Wheaton North lost tonight to Lake Park. Lake Park gets to 4-5. Wheaton North drops to 4-5.
Yes.
The reason I want to bring this back up is because I don't know where Lake Park sits with points and all. Their schedule is fun.
not good
They're
enough.
probably out of the mix, but Conant got a point for them tonight. They didn't expect to get, so that's why I wondered that. Wheaton South did win; they got the 5-4. Glenbard North dropped the 2-7. So I just want to sort out the Duquesne. So you had that flip there. Either way, you now see 4 and 5s in. Can we reset the conversation and tell me what you're seeing here now?
So when I eliminated the 6 public league schools, I discovered that we now have a team on the 255 line that is Kenwood.
Okay.
And we now have a 3-way tie for the 256 line. So now I have to go look at those 3 schools and decide who is the tiebreaker there.
And the 3 schools are
Glenbard West, Oswego East, and Plainfield North.
And Plainfield North. So I'm going to zero in on the Southwest Prairie so that I can look at schedules while you do that here. Oswego East lost tonight. This was a tough one they had. They 4-4 going in, hosting Oswego, I should say. Plainfield North's loss tonight was huge. So Yorkville, essentially, spoiler at this moment, potentially knocking them out of the playoffs because Plainfield North went into that one at 4-4. Yorkville came in at 3-5. We did not have any 4-4 matchups across the state of Illinois tonight, which is absolutely remarkable. I could go back 20 years and not ever remember how that worked. But Plainfield North was 4-5 and got in last year, and here they are at 4-5. Who knows if they're a better team or not? I haven't seen them in person. They might get knocked out with the same record here because all they had to do is win week 9. And they had it at home, by the way. That was at Plainfield North, and Yorkville went down there knowing they were probably out and won. So kudos to Dan McGuire and company for having his boys ready to go to get that win, and a shutout win, no less. Yorkville hasn't been able to score any points all year, but they had a pretty decent defense. And last year we had Sterling in at 4-5, as someone reminded us. They played Peyton Prep. And so Lockport, they meant the 4-5. Is there a chance for Lockport? I don't think so at this point.
No, I think they're too far back.
Okay. So, again, Glenbard West plays tomorrow.
They're going to fall 1 point short is what it looks like.
Lockport is going to be 1 point short, and they're going to look back at a couple of games. Which game do you want to look back at if you're a Lockport coaching staff member? Because it's going to be a really tough winter looking at the Wheaton North game. Overtime last week, I believe, Lincoln Way West. Is that right? So there's plenty of games to look at. I'm going to pull up some schedules at least just to see in terms of
I was wrong about the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker goes to Plainfield North.
It does go to Plainfield North.
Yep.
Let's walk about why here, because those 2 teams played in week 7. No, week 6. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, basically, since it's a 3-way tie, you don't break it on the head-to-head result, which would go to Plainfield North anyway. They won the game against Oswego East when they played.
Yes, they did.
But that actually doesn't matter to break this 3-team tiebreaker. What it matters to in this situation is you've got the 3 teams here. You are then going through and formulating the playoff points of the teams that they beat. So Plainfield North, since they beat a 7-2 Plainfield South team, a 5-4 Joliet West team, 4 wins from Oswego East, and 3 wins from Bolingbrook, that gives them a larger total than the other 2 schools. So Plainfield North is team 256 in this scenario.
Plainfield North is 256. I'm just looking through their schedule just to see who they had, and it's of the teams that they beat that you said. So Yorkville getting to 4-5, or I'm sorry, I might be looking at the wrong one. I'm looking at Oswego East here. So let's see here as I go to Plainfield North's schedule here to see the five teams they beat here. Joliet West, as you mentioned, they beat Oswego East themselves head-to-head. Bolingbrook, but they really needed that win against Yorkville, but maybe they didn't need it. It's amazing how this works out sometimes. But Oswego East was hanging right with Oswego for a good 2.5 quarters. That's how close this was for a lot of these teams. Glenbard West, is there a path for them?
Honestly, I don't see it.
Okay.
They would need. I don't think they have anybody on their schedule that's playing tomorrow other than them. And if that's the case, then they need another point from somewhere. And
who
don't think
is close in the mix that we might want to say, well, we should see if they're playing tomorrow to get that point.
I don't think any of them are, because the 1 point behind is a cluster that includes just 2 teams, Lockport and IC Catholic, and I don't believe they have any opponents they're playing tomorrow.
Okay, so I'm going to look just to be sure. And
Actually, hang on. I don't know when St. Mary's of Missouri played. That's a good question.
So that's something we need to sort out, and that's going to take some. This is where we are. We're digging on a team, not in Illinois, to determine a team can get into the postseason. That's incredible. As how we move here. By the way, Glenbard West, they host Oak Park River Forest tomorrow, so that's their schedule. And Loyola won tonight, and it still didn't help Glenbard West. That's incredible. Yeah. And I'm looking at the schedule they have here. When you go through that gauntlet, Batavia, Loyola, Downers Grove North, and Lions, they lost all 4 of them. They needed some help from some teams, and you know who could have helped them the most? Leiden could have helped them tonight. They got smoked by Willowbrook. That would have been when you're relying on Leiden, that's a problem. And Proviso West, they got smoked tonight, and so that was to be expected with York. So, okay, so where are we now? What are we looking at now? What do we need to get done?
I'm trying to find a St. Mary's score from tonight.
Okay, you're still trying to get that score.
That's
here.
The first thing that I'm looking for.
So that you can make sure that you have the field as set as you can at the moment.
And they got smashed 49-3 by Christian Brothers. So IC Catholic will not pick up another.
There it is. So IC Catholic will not get that point. What was the other? Is there another Saturday potential or another?
That's it. That's it.
So So we're looking at Kenwood is in. Plainfield North is 256.
Taking out all of these 4 and 5s. We're still on the list. Then I'm sorting by enrollment. Moving the teams that sneaking a peek here at a couple things because I'm curious. That's one of them that's very interesting.
Which one?
Morris is in 5A.
You got Morris in 5A at the moment. Okay. So if you're a team like Prairie Ridge, if you're a team, if you're Sycamore, pay attention to that.
Okay, got to move a couple teams because of their playing up status here.
Nazareth, by the way, dropping them to 7-2. How does that impact your 5A right now?
They lost that game?
I had St. Francis winning that.
I don't think they did.
I want to make sure. Maybe I have that wrong. So bear with me. Again, this is how this goes. Hold on. I thought I had that.
They did.
St. Francis beat Nazareth. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought I had. Okay, yeah, I thought that was right. We've seen so many scores, I'm losing my mind here. So
yes.
Yep. So they dropped to 7-2 in 5A.
Okay. So
Peoria got beat tonight.
Yep.
5A might have one 9-0 team and everyone else, and no 8-1 team.
Right. Entirely possible. Okay.
So.
All right. So got to move Glenbard South down. Antioch's already down. East St. Louis is where they belong. Sacred Heart is in there. St. Rita, are you where you belong?
5A is going to be really difficult up north. I'm just looking at it now, just seeing that the idea that there's Sycamore, Nazareth, St. Francis stuck in there, Prairie Ridge. You got an upstart Burlington Central squad. Did Woodstock North win? Yeah, they're 7-2, but if they start at 6-0, and they might not get out of the first round if things don't go the way they want. I see the Marengo question. Hang tight on that, Grant. We'll get to that.
Okay.
We're trying to sort who's going to be moving up and down in classes at the moment. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, so The 1A drop line is going to be Clifton Central is the biggest school.
Okay. What's the enrollment on that?
296.5.
Okay, so
292.5. 292.5. I'm sorry.
292.5 in 1A is your cutoff at the top of the class. Who gets pushed up that might be a surprise, or that was kind of that?
So the range on 2A is going to be Oakwood at 296.5 to Dwight at 403.5.
So Dwight falls to 2A.
So that answers the next question. Wilmington is the second smallest school in 3A.
3A. So, and they're not going to slide here.
No, there's no path. There's no path to slide.
So at this point with the teams, and I know you're doing this on the fly too, but with what we're looking at, the possibility of two teams potentially getting in tomorrow, do you think anyone gets in tomorrow, or are we set?
I think this is probably set, to be honest with you. Like I said, there's only those 2 4-4 road public league games, and I'm always reluctant to say, oh yeah, that's locked down, because it is the public league. But we're looking at 2 4 and 5 teams. So Aiden asking if Huntley gets knocked out. No, they're in, but they're not going to like their matchup they're going to have here momentarily, unless it could be West Aurora. Who knows? But okay, so you're looking at 2A right now. What we're doing is we're cutting off the lines here, trying to figure things out. Clifton Central at the top of your 1A list right now. Dwight, Gardner, South Wilmington, the co-op there, the top of the 2A line. What's the enrollment on Dwight? 400 Dwight sits at 403.5.
Okay, so 403.5 is the top of your 2 line.
So, and then you go to 3A, your range is 406.5 Nashville to 542.5 Chicago King.
Oh, okay. Who's in there that maybe at the top of the 3A line that you expected at some point this year to be in 4?
Greenville's a team that's usually in 4.
Yeah.
Benton kind of floats between 3 and 4, but the back end of it looks kind of like I thought it would.
Okay.
But then we get into the interesting ones. First team in 4A is Harrisburg.
So Harrisburg, the smallest of 4A.
And then the last school in 4A is St. Lawrence.
Okay.
The first school in 5A is Morris.
Where is Rochelle?
They are 3 deep in 5A.
Oh, they're further up than I thought they would be.
Yep.
Okay. So who moved that line there? I mean, there's
a
couple of teams that moved.
That was Clifton Central. That was
just pushing it all the way up.
That was Prairie Central. That was the teams, because what you're talking about, like the teams that failed tonight, all big ones.
Yes.
Wheaton North, Plainfield North, even though they backdoored in, but schools. So the line kept pushing down.
Right. So when you get the small schools that keep winning, and yeah, and I use a reverse language. It just push everybody higher into classes. So you've had 4 or 5 teams go up higher than you thought they might be tonight?
Yes.
Is this the biggest swing you've had all year?
It has been the biggest swing that I've had all year. It's not the biggest swing I've ever seen, but it's pretty close.
But just this year, yeah, okay.
DePaul Prep, I'm answering that question. They are at the large side of 4A. They are too deep. They are too deep above the line right now. So
they are in 4A. Okay.
So then 5A goes. We already discussed Morris at the top, TF North at the bottom. Your Central Rockets are the smallest 6A school.
Well, okay. That certainly changes the trajectory of that program. That's interesting. And this is where the brackets get fascinating. So all of a sudden you did not have that. There have been coaches probably watching certain teams, and now they have to throw it all out.
Yeah.
So, and you don't expect these lines to change at all.
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, like I said, there's very few teams that could fall out. There's only 3, 4, and 4 teams that are playing tomorrow, and like I said before, one's playing a winless team. Marmion's playing 1-7 Leo. And then 2-6 Clark, I think, is the only team that I think maybe could do something here.
Suits, do you know how much graphics work I have to change now? Because everything I did for social media for that place has 5A on it. I got to go change all of that. That's great. That's great. And you know what? This is who else is in 6A above Central?
Right
Just
above
that lower line. Yeah.
Hold on a sec.
Just get an idea.
Grays Lake North.
Okay.
And then the schools that jumped up, and then Caneland. That's as far as grade enrollment. Yeah.
That's where I was going, because I thought if Central's there, Caneland's there too. Okay, so that makes sense. All right, so let's do the top of 6A.
Okay, the top side is Shepherd is the biggest school in 6A.
What's
Libertyville
there?
And then Grant are in order after that.
Grant's in 7A.
Yep. No, Grant is in 6. They're still there. I'm going the other way. 1, 2, 3, the other way.
What's the enrollment on the top of that?
The 1802 for Shepherd.
1802 is essentially the cutoff in 6A before you get up to 7A. All right. So who at the top line, or I guess who in the bottom of 7A shocks you? That was like, well, I didn't expect them to be there, but there they are.
Well, I'm looking at it right now, and these teams have been pushing 6A all season to the point where I just believe that they were going to be there. And Fenwick, Pekin, Wheaton Warrenville South were all teams that have been 6A all year long, and now they're not.
Okay. Wheaton South, historically a 7A team. The first time I've even seen them in projections in 6A this year, until this week, they go right back to 7A. That's amazing.
Oh, man. I hope he doesn't make me pay on that. Joe Hereni, be a good guy. He asked me a question earlier this week, and I told him, I said, if it happens, I'll eat your hat. And it happened.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
So hopefully he's nice about it.
What are we looking at?
Okay.
He's seeing something.
Just making sure it's right before I say it.
This is the fun part. He's looking at the screen, trying to make sure that we got the cutoffs right. Wait till we put the brackets together. You think this is fun?
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, I had that same thought, which is why I'm doing the show tonight. Last 5 years I've watched this show. I'm like, I want to do that show.
Whew. Good. I'm okay. I read it wrong the first time. Okay.
Give me the backstory of this.
So, Downers Grove North coach Joe Hereni asked me earlier last week if there was any chance that they could get to 8A based on what I was seeing. And I told him that no, I did not think it was there was a path, but it was so impossible that if it happened, I would eat his hat. So they got real close because they are on the bubble on the 7A side. So I just wanted to be sure that it was the way that it looked.
That's okay, Joe. There's only 8 things that need to happen, and 6 of them happen. But okay.
So yeah. So what happened here is we've got Schaumburg sitting now on the bubble between 7 and 8, which is something that I did not see as something that would happen.
It's been a bad night for the Saxons.
Edwardsville is buried in 8A now. I mean, there's no chance that they're going anywhere. So
how far in? 4 or 5?
4 teams deep.
See, okay.
So yeah, that's not happening. So we have reached the stage where, at least in the easy brackets, I can tell you what I think they look like. So 8A, I have a tentative bracket sitting right in front of me right now.
Okay.
So
you want to read it off?
We can go at the top, and I'll tell you that I've got Lincoln Way East paired with Plainfield North, because obviously they're a 4 and 5 team sitting at the bottom.
That's your 132. Can you give me 16, 17?
Yes, Minooka at Taft.
Minooka at Taft. Okay.
Yes.
That's probably a Lane Stadium game if that were the case.
Yes. So
So you're looking at a Minooka. If Minooka wins that means Lincoln Way East would have to go to Minooka week 2.
Yes.
Okay. This is what I look at when I'm doing the pairing show too. When I'm doing it.
So
all right.
And then you going further down the bracket, you have your 825. So
825.
So then that would be Curie at Naperville Central.
Okay, so you could get an easily a rematch in the quarterfinals of what we saw tonight. Go ahead.
Right. And then on the bottom of that, you've got 924, which is Sandburg and Friend.
Sandburg and Friend.
Yep, at Friend. So that's your 924 game.
Sandburg's lost hurt tonight.
After that, you've got the 429 game, which would be Huntley and West Aurora.
So Huntley gets the benefit of the West Aurora matchup.
Yes.
Wow.
Yep. And here's a fun one. Your 20 at 13 game. Your 20 Maine South.
Oh, God. Where are they going? Maine West?
Nope.
No idea.
Loyola Academy.
That's fun.
So
Will
yeah,
they play that on Friday night?
There's your 13-20.
Do they have to get a permit for that on Friday night? How about 5?
Your 28-5 is Glenburg South at Palatine.
Ooh. When was the last time they played? Keep going, though.
21-12 would be Belleville East, Naperville North.
Who goes where?
Belleville comes to Naperville.
Okay. That's fun. Let's see.
231 would be Lions, Joliet West at Lions.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
1815 Plainfield South at Downers Grove South.
That does nothing for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So, I know these coaches are watching and they're probably like, hey, come on, dude. Sorry.
26-7 would be Schaumburg and Glenbard East.
That's a benefit for the Saxons who've had a tough night. And if they move up to 8A and get that, how about that? But you know what? Glenbard East, 8-1.
Yeah.
I don't know.
23 Andrew at 10 Stevenson.
Okay. Stevenson getting a friendly draw, I would say.
30 Wabanzi Valley at 3 Oswego.
Ooh. That's not good for Oswego. That's not great. I mean, that's a winnable game, but that's a little too close for comfort. Put that way.
Here's a gnarly one. 1914 Edwardsville at York.
So you could see a York Oswego game in the second round. Oof. Wow.
27-6 Warren at Marist.
That's fun. And that's I just go ahead and put that on Saturday. I'm just going to guarantee that now.
And rounding out the field.
This is 8A, by the way.
Yes. 22 South Elgin, 11 Barrington.
We're going to have a rematch of that from week 1?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is fun. So, and we don't expect a ton of if any, changes tomorrow at this point. There are
a couple of things with analysis tomorrow that I'll be honest to look at because there are some teams with tied points.
Okay. And this is early.
There might be but I mean, that is a quick grab based on just sorting them by points and sorting them by wins. But like I said, there might be some tweaks to that.
I hear you. Do you want to go through 7A?
I can do that.
Let's just run down the whole thing here. We got 100+ people watching. I'm sure these are assistant coaches trying to figure out which tape to pull on Huddle. They're not going to bed. Someone poured themselves a glass of bourbon and sitting here watching us right now. That's what they're doing. Coaches. That's what we're saying. Coaches.
Okay.
So go ahead. And it's past almost midnight.
Okay. So
let's do 7A. And again, you go ahead and look at it. I'll just set it up here. The storyline here is that if you thought you were in 6A, there's a chance you went up to 7A. And all the way down the line here. So 1s are in 2s, 2s could be in 3s, 3s could be in 4s. So if you were on the top of the line in one class, you probably got pushed in tonight. One of them being my Central Rockets, who have somehow found their way into 6A. I don't know how. And did I get a text from the staff? Oh yeah, I got that text already. Go ahead, 7A. Let's see if we can do 7A. Quincy, I would imagine stayed in 7A, right?
7A looks a little different than I thought it would look.
Okay.
Got to be honest. And some of the results tonight popped out a little bit different than I thought. So, but some of them looks really similar. So this is very interesting. Okay, so Quincy is no longer on the one line because Whitney Young did win tonight. So they actually have one more point than Quincy does. So they are on the one line right now, and it is a 32-1 game of Kenwood at Whitney Young.
Oh! Public League rejoices as they will get to the postseason round number 2. How about that?
So your 17-16 game right now.
Everybody's listening for this.
Is actually going to be. I'll have to look at this because it's a tie situation. But I'm gonna just say what it spit out. Bradley Bourbonnais traveling to Moline.
Wow, the Owen Freeman Bowl.
Yep, exactly.
How about that?
Nice.
Very nice.
Okay, so 25-8 is Hoffman Estates in Lincoln Park.
Who's the 25?
Hoffman Estates.
Hoffman Estates? Okay, all right.
Yep.
They're at Lincoln Park. Well,
yes.
I mean, wherever they play, somewhere.
24-9 would be Lincoln Way Central at Maine West.
I want to stop you real quick because I want to go back to Hoffman Estates.
Yeah.
So they would be on the road. If they win, that means they would be home round 2. That's a problem. That's where the IHSA hosts their soccer state championships. And so that will throw off the entire soccer schedule for the whole week for that Saturday.
Okay,
Keep that in mind.
Here's a wrinkle. Lincoln Way Central could also win that first round game against Maine West, and then that game would be at Lincoln Way West.
There we go. That
would alleviate the problem. So
okay, all right.
Yeah. So there's the situation right there for that. So moving on, we've got what was that one we just did? The 924.
That's a friendly bracket for a Bradley Bourbonnais. I'm just going to say that out loud.
Collinsville's got a long drive to make in the 29-4 game as they're driving to Batavia.
Oh.
And here's a very interesting one. 20 seed, like I said before, I thought they'd probably fall around the 20 line, and Lincoln Way West is on the 20 line. Going to Oak Park Fenwick.
Ooh, okay. So that's interesting. And then you could see a Batavia Fenwick game in round 2, which would be one of the most physical, nasty games I've ever seen. At the same time, if Batavia looks at that bracket and sees a couple public league teams up there and a Bradley Bourbonnais team, that's a friendly path for the Batavia Bulldogs. That's what I'm saying. Just looking at the top of it. I don't know what's below it, but hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah. Wheaton Warrenville South on the 28 line, traveling to Downers Grove North.
Ooh, that's interesting. That's a lot of offense right there. And Wheaton South's good enough offensively. If Lansu's not healthy, they might get him.
And just how I drew this one up, traveling to Pekin, the 12 seed, will be 21 seed Brother Rice.
Here you go. Have fun on that trip.
Yeah, that was exactly what I expected would happen there.
That's going to be a full building down there in Pekin, too. That is a lot of people that go to those games.
Yep. So then we go down to the bottom half. Argo making the long bus ride to Quincy, the 31-2 game.
Good. Here you go.
And then Addison Trail at 18, traveling to Harlem 15.
That's a friendly path for Quincy to get to the quarterfinals. You know what? And honestly, they've earned it. They deserve it.
Yeah. West Chicago at the 26 hole against Hononegah at 7.
That's also friendly. This is getting interesting. How loaded is the bottom of this bracket?
So we'll get there. Guilford at 23 at Prospect 10.
That's a winnable game for Guilford, I think, if they can play well early. But Prospect's putting some points to the board. I think Prospect might be better than people think.
This was the consequence of Rolling Meadows losing tonight. They dropped to the 30 line.
Okay.
And they will travel to St. Charles North.
I have Robbie Gold in my backyard. All right.
And here looks like the second round game that's going to make people scream.
Oh, here we go.
19 Mount Carmel traveling to 14 Jacobs.
Oh, and then St. Charles North would have to go to Mount Carmel in round 2.
Correct.
Well, the Riverboat Robert Pomazek, you're going to have to figure out 53rd and Dante.
Okay. 27 Willowbrook.
Okay.
At 6 Normal Community.
Okay.
And
sort that one out.
And 22 Hersey at 11 St. Rita.
Ooh, so a Rita normal game in round 2 is tasty.
That bottom 8, if it holds, is nasty.
That is not fun. Who's
that is a nasty bottom. That is a nasty bottom quarter.
What's a quarterfinal matchup there? I have no idea.
Yeah, it could be any number of permutations. To be honest with you,
I love the idea of St. Charles North Mount Carmel. I had that kind of circled in the idea of like, oh Lord, okay.
Yeah.
So here you go. Have we gone through 7A?
That is 7A.
All right, let's do 6A. We still got people with us.
Okay, 6A requires a little bit of mapping, so this is going to require a little crosstalk before
this is a little bit. All right, so why don't you figure out the maps here? I'm going to adjust myself here. So what we've been doing, if you're just jumping on here, is, and I know there's coaches yelling. This is great. I love this. You should keep doing this. Keep talking, because we're getting all sorts of, we're going through the pairings as a first look. His machine has spit it out to try and figure out how to do this here. And what's ultimately happened here is that teams have slid higher into higher brackets. So if you thought you were in 5A, you're going to be in 6A, more than likely. If you're in 6A, there's some of you that were 4 or 5 teams deep in 7A. So as this cascades down, if you thought you were going to be in 4, there's probably a chance you're in 5. You're in 5, you're probably in 6 right now. Again, this is the first look at Sousa's brackets. And you're going to put these online for everybody to look at, but it's way more fun to do a reveal. That's why we do a pairing show. It's to do the reveal here, to kind of look at this here. So we'll go through all of them. And I know somebody's asking, will you do 1 through 6? Yeah, why not? Let's just do all of this and kind of and just get our first look, because we're sitting here watching these just like you. You're looking at 6A because it's the first line. This is the first time you've had to do the north-south line. So you've got to figure that out first, and you're doing that right now. And so just giving you an idea, I'm just going to pull up your last week big board just to kind of get an idea myself here. You've got Richards at 8-1. You got East St. Louis that lost 8-1. And then you have Geneva who lost at 8-1. I believe this means that Cary Grove got the 1 in the north. Who got the 1 in the south, I believe, is East St. Louis. I'm just spitballing some ideas here. But I'm just fascinated to see where these public league teams kind of shake down with them. And there were some 4 and 4s that did not make it. What are the consequences of those? I saw last week you had Geneva Sen, and I'm like, I don't want to see that again. That's what we saw last year. So very curious to see where Geneva, where the Central Rockets go, who Lamont gets, see if they get East St. Louis again. Where does Libertyville fall? They got to 8-1 tonight as everybody else was losing. So they slide back up where they were. They were undefeated most of the year here, and they slide back up. And how about Kankakee? They're obviously going to be down south. I imagine there are 2. Simeon does not seem like a matchup anyone wants. How you getting closer?
I'm getting there. This is a process that takes a few minutes.
It does take a few minutes. And this is why when we're looking
especially since there are so many teams that have changed from what
classes.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and we reached the midnight hour. So we're watching Friday Night Drive. It's the Week 9 live stream, but we're going through brackets now. We've got all the scores. We got every score from tonight. We figured out the classes. There are some teams that are sliding up and down. Nobody slid down. Everybody slid up. And when I say up, that means they slide from 1 to 2, 2 to 3. And now we've gone through 8A and 7A. And you can rewind and watch it if you want. We're going to go through 6A here momentarily and see where these matchups go. I'm going to write some things down in this one for sure, because I'm going to have some graphics to build for my school district. And I got to figure out which logos I got to get. Figure out how to put it on the marquee. But I'm sure some of my good friends at St. Charles North heard that and went, oh, we got Rolling Meadows first, then we might have to go to Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel and Jacobs. Mount Carmel, I believe, has played a playoff game at Jacobs. Let's see if I can figure out that while you're looking that up. And see if there's. I always love the rematch aspect of it, or like they matched up from years gone by. Let's see if I can get to the historical page. This is tough to navigate, and when we're preparing for the playoff show or for the playoff pairing show, there's never enough time to pull the details of like these nugget storylines. I get them handed to me at 4, and I'm like, I got to figure it out. I got 4 hours to figure out storylines. That's impossible. So I'm doing this now because it's fun, and it's just it's always unique. What do you got for me? You getting there?
I'm getting there. I'm changing some norths and souths right now and deciding where the line is.
You're really close to figuring out that line.
Yeah,
so I'm doing
less than
go ahead.
30 minutes.
Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just pulling up. I'm going to pull up Mount Carmel, see if they played a random Fox Valley school for the heck of it. I found. Let's see. Okay, going back. Again, we're about to do 6A, just to give you an idea what that looks like here. They have. I thought they played at Jacobs once in the postseason. Once. No, that was Brother Rice a couple years back. I'm pretty sure. You know what? I should reverse engineer this and go the other way. So we'll see if I can pull up Harry D. Jacobs School. See if I can get Algonquin. It's funky to figure this out. You're getting there. I can hear it. Okay. Whenever you're ready, you feel like you can start. Go ahead.
All right.
As we're looking through.
Got to move some icons here.
Yeah. So let's see. As you're doing that, 1, 2, 3. Jacobs has lost 4. They played Catholic League schools 4 times in the postseason, lost all 4. So they're not going to like that matchup.
I just have your projected draw here, Matt. You're going to laugh here in a minute.
I don't know. I already know where this is going. Go ahead.
I'm just preparing you. It will make you laugh. All right.
So take my glasses off. Just
on the north side of the bracket, 16 Chicago Sen at Cary Grove.
Okay, that makes sense.
In the middle of the bracket, a conference rematch, Grays Lake North at Antioch.
Oh, Lord, that Antioch triple overtime loss really hurt.
The 13-4 game, Caneland at Belvedere North.
That's a win for Caneland, I think.
The 12-5 game, Fenton at your Central Rockets.
Yes. No. I just processed this. No. Oh, I love my Fenton Bison, and now I'm torn. How do I do this? Oh. But you know what's tasty on that? You said Caneland's a 12, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea of Caneland winning that game and then having to go home to face Central coming down the street is fascinating. There. Right. Carry on. And then Cary Grove again for one of those 2 teams. Ooh.
15 Deerfield.
Okay.
2 Libertyville.
Interesting.
10 Mather. 7 Lake Forest.
Okay. I believe they played last year.
14 Amundsen, 3 Geneva, 11 Grant, 6 Wakanda, another conference rematch.
You broke up. Say it again. I didn't hear that last one.
Grant, Wakanda, 11-6.
Okay. Oh, conference rematches. Too many of those.
Okay, on the bottom half of the bracket, 16 Springfield, 1 Oaklawn Richards.
All right.
And then 8-9 is Normal Community West at Simeon.
Ooh, enjoy Gately, kids. But Richards being the 1 line. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. 13 Glenbard South. 4 Chicago Kennedy.
Glenbard South in the South. That shows how far that north-south line went.
They are the northern south. Is how I would indicate that.
No movement expected. So Glenbard South, get ready.
12 Crete Monee at 5 Bloomington.
That's interesting, and I think Bloomington wins that game. But Crete Monee I don't know which team's going to show up.
15 Dunlap at East St. Louis.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Wow.
10 Shepherd at 7 Washington.
Oh, okay.
Oops, I made a mistake.
Oh no, we're gonna back up, and this is why this is the first. This is
We're
why it's
gonna
the first
back up.
look. That's okay. Let's back up a little bit. This is
We're
fine.
gonna back up to the 2:15 game. It's actually 15 Dunlap at 2 Kankakee.
That's not much better.
Yeah, it isn't much better.
Nope.
The 10-7 remains the same. Shepherd at Washington.
Yeah.
The 14-3 is Oak Forest at East St. Louis.
Oh yeah. So in Oak Forest, you're not going to KKK. You're going to keep on going.
Yes.
That's a Saturday at 3:00. Good luck.
The 11-6. These two have a little bit of history. They've played each other numerous times. Lamont 11 at Glenwood 6.
Yeah, they have. They played each other a couple
They've
times.
paired
So
a few
Lamont
times,
says,
yeah.
"Hey, look, we don't have to play St. Louis.
There you go.
Somebody else. There you go. All right.
It helps to get to 6-3 in that situation.
Yes, it does. So is that that's 6A, right?
That is 6A, yes.
Okay. I'll give you a couple minutes to go through 5A if you can. But my Fenton Bison at Central. That's a shame. I don't want to see that. But, here's the thing. I'll just mention the Central history on this for a second here. Central hasn't won a playoff game since 2006.
Right.
Fenton hasn't won a playoff game since I don't know if they have.
Yeah.
So they want to play that Friday night. I can guarantee you that'll be a Friday night game. But there was some worry about playing a Friday night if it was a public league team just getting out there. So this probably calms the waters a little bit. But if you want even some more randomness, if Fenton does win that game and Canelan wins that game, Todd Layden is the superintendent at Canelan, former superintendent of Fenton. So as he's retiring this year. So it's like, here you go. On your way out the door.
Okay, so
Belvedere North is also I kind of glossed over them. I think that Canelan Belvedere North game would be really good.
Yeah. Agreed.
But one of the most interesting playoff games we've had in recent memory in these parts would be a Central Canelan game. I'll tell you that.
Right. Okay, so 5A might not take me that long because it's not that many swap outs here.
And we're looking at Freeport. We're looking at Rochelle. We're looking at Morris in 5A. We talked about this before. Again, if you are just jumping on with us, a lot of teams slid up class. So they go from 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 or 6 to 7. And so it's and you can thank Clifton Central, the Fighting I-57s, for screwing it up for everybody.
I don't think they're called the fighting I-57s, but I do kind of like
I-57 Stadium.
I do kind of like it.
Hey, if you're going, I have covered a playoff game down there, and when you drive down there, I've actually covered several playoff games down there. You got to go like 2 miles south, get off the exit, then come back up country roads to get it because there's no exit there. Why they didn't plan it that way, I don't know. That's just not very smart planning. I'm going to blame the folks in your neck of the woods for not figuring that out.
Well, I know where all the country roads are that I don't have to do that, man.
You can sneak through there, right?
Yeah, I know the sneaky way. So
you've got these Central Rockets and these Central Comets. They're both blue too.
So now I'm just moving in some teams that are now in 5A that weren't before.
Okay.
And then I have to reassess the map to see what it looks like.
Okay, so just to clarify, for 5A, we got to do 1 through 16 in both North and South. When we just did the 6As, and you can go ahead, I'll talk them through it. When we did 6A, Glenbard South out of Glen Ellen, they were in the South. And at least they got a draw with Kennedy in the public league, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
So at least at first they wouldn't have to travel far. But that also means, assuming they win that game as a 10, someone would have to come to them the next round, and that's going to be a fascinating situation if that holds fruition. So this is the fun part, guys, and this is why we do this, is because you can simulate all you want, and then when you get to the actual brackets, it becomes, oh, I can see that quarterfinal matchup. Oh, I can see that semifinal. They're in a destined path. So those are the things that I think are just absolutely a blast to look at on this last Friday night before you go into the pairing show madness on Saturday. So And, Joliet Catholic got a big win tonight over Providence. That could have swung some things had that gone the other way for sure.
Yep.
That was a sneaky big game on the radar in terms of where these seeds fall and everything else. So in 5A, you're also looking at Joliet Catholic, Providence, and St. Francis. 5A is going to be that's a really, really good class of football. I think some of these second round games, just you're looking at them. I haven't seen them. I'm just thinking out loud. I would imagine these second round games are going to be really good.
Right now, I'm manipulating putting good in the bracket, which was something I did not think I was doing.
Nobody had that. Yeah, so you have to actually type them out.
I did not have that on my bingo card for this evening. Was figuring out where good figured on the north-south line. But that's what I'm doing.
My earbuds, by the way, are at 10%, so I might have to. My audio might be adjusted shortly here. This is how long they don't last this long, for one of these shows. But I can't wait to see these 5As for sure, and to hear how these matchups go. When I enjoy covering the state finals, the 6A is my favorite, but there's something about that 5A 10 a.m. game. It can become a barn burner in a heartbeat. And I think I've called it. My earbuds are done, so I'm gonna have to switch over to my phone here and see how this. You know what? I should be charging these bad boys. That's what I should be doing. No, I'm not doing that right. Getting closer?
Yep.
Okay, good. We're about halfway through. We've done 6A. And thankfully I don't have to see a Central Geneva matchup, but I have to sacrifice my Bison of Fenton. if this holds true. And I think Cary Grove got a very friendly path based on what you read to me too, because there's a lot of teams down south that they don't see for quite a while. I'm not sure how I'll see an Antioch Cary Grove game, especially if Antioch can put some points on the board. I want to see where Rochelle landed. I got to see them in person on Thursday. Was really impressed with them.
Yeah.
They played Marian Catholic, and Marian Catholic, to be blunt, I think some of those kids on the field are just ready for the season to end, and that happens. It's they're 2-6 at this point. I was really impressed with Carson Lewis. I really liked Alex. Pemberton's leadership. These guys coming up screaming at this team like, "Yeah, let's go!" Firing them up, and boy, they hung 48 in the first half on them. They can get going to that double wing in a heartbeat. So that's Rochelle football in a nutshell.
Okay.
So who will they get? Let's go. Let's do it.
We're ready to go. 16 Noble Bulls Prep.
All right.
At Sycamore.
All right. Sycamore. First time they played a home game to start the postseason where the Pumpkin Festival is not happening in the first round.
A Chicago Public League battle, and we're going to see quite a few of them in this bracket, actually. Westinghouse 9 at Prosser 8.
Oh, Sycamore's a quarterfinal team. Just go ahead and mark it down.
13 Sterling at 4 St. Francis.
Those two teams have played each other how many times in the last few years?
Yeah.
Yes, that's gonna be the. But it's at St. Francis.
The Freeport Pretzels traveling to Prairie Ridge.
Okay, and honestly, we don't really know how good the Nick 10 is. I think I have a feeling, but for Prairie Ridge, they've scuffled a bit. They got a nice win tonight to get 7-2. See if they can get an easy win in that first round matchup. Keep going.
So Marmion 15.
Yep.
At 2 Rochelle.
Wow. So Rochelle slides all the way to the 2 line, that 8-1 NARC. Interesting.
There's only 8-1 in the north.
Wow.
And there's only one 8-1 in the south, and there are no 9-0s.
That's amazing.
There are going to be 4 6-win teams that host games in the first round of the playoffs.
That's where the line is. Yep.
In the South bracket, there are going to be 6 games entirely by 6-3 teams in the bracket hosted by them.
Oh my God.
Yep.
This is a gauntlet. You know what? And honestly, that doesn't matter because these are good teams that play up schedules.
So we did Marmion Rochelle. 10,
yeah, we did.
10-7 is Perspectives Leadership at Bennett.
So I look at Rochelle as a quarterfinal team. Are we looking at a possible Sycamore Rochelle matchup again in semis? If Prairie Ridge doesn't get in the way? Yeah, okay.
But here's the other problem. Here's the problem in that scenario: 14 Peyton,
Yeah,
3 Nazareth.
that's where that was the next shoe to drop. Okay.
Yep. And the final one in the bracket: 11 Good at 6 Woodstock North.
All right. Well, Woodstock North could win a game. Then they'll find Nazareth. But I like the idea of a Rochelle Nazareth. If Nazareth has to go to Rochelle, that building is going to be rocking.
Yep.
Prairie Ridge and Sycamore. This is a friendly bracket for Sycamore to get to the semis. If it's a Sycamore Nazareth game, it all depends on where it is.
Yeah. So south side of the bracket.
Let's go south. Yep.
16 seed Tinley Park at 1 Morgan Park.
Okay.
The only 8-win team in that bracket.
Could have been worse for Tinley Park. I think that's fairly friendly. It's going to be
And
tough.
that's also not guaranteed that they would be the only 8-win. They do have Simeon tomorrow. So
that's true. Yeah.
So
that's the other one marked off.
You might have a 7-2 seed team as the 1 seed. And just speculating, if Morgan Park lost, they would lose the 1 seed. They would lose it to Peoria. So
okay.
Just
so let's keep that in mind.
So yeah, just in case that situation played out. 8-9 is Metamora at Centralia.
That's a drive. That's fun. Just put that on Saturday, kids.
13 Morris.
Wow, they slid to 13.
4, and here's the road trip of the first round. Triad.
Good. Good. Good for you guys. That's
12 Marion at 5 Highland.
Oh, that's down the street, all things considered.
And then we'll flip the bracket over. Hillcrest at Peoria.
Well, I wondered where that was going to fall. Hillcrest has to go down there. Okay. This is where the travel starts to get a little iffy.
10 TF North at 7 Corliss.
Yeah.
14 Sacred Heart Griffin at 3 Mahomet Seymour.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, that's not your grandfather's.
Rounding out the bracket, 11 Jacksonville at 6 Joliet Catholic.
Well, that's there you go. So Joliet Catholic would get a home game, but then they'd have to go to Mahomet Seymour. So okay.
Yes.
That north is tough. I'm
Yep.
just gonna say that north is tough. And Peoria should be pretty good. So all right, we're on to 4A now. So we've had a little gap.
Okay.
Here. You're reading. Listen, you're
let's
listening
go
to
to
us
Mappin.
read these off. He's going to go to Mappin, and you're listening to us read these off. I want to see the comments. Jump in here and tell me what you think is what you just heard, or what these brackets would look like with 5A. I can see a quarterfinal matchup between Sycamore and Prairie Ridge. I can see Nazareth and Rochelle, and we also. I don't know if you want to see Prairie Ridge and Nazareth again after last year, but you could easily see Prairie Ridge and Nazareth played last year in the first round. You could easily see them in a semifinal matchup now to determine who goes to normal. That's how fun this is. A year later, after all that, and with a new head coach at Prairie Ridge. So, Alex jumps in. Not surprised Metamora is on the road after a tough loss to Dunlap tonight. Yeah, this is the thing. You sort of see these things coming after you lose in a game like that. You lose game 9. But I thought Morris, they got a tough drive, but sliding up to the 13 line just shows you how many teams you kind of got stuck in there at 5 and 4. And so that's kind of how I look at it. If you missed it, if you're jumping on, we did 8A, 7A, and 6A already with 5A. So you'll want to rewind the stream and go back to it and check it out. Come back to us on that for sure. We know SHG is pretty good. How good? In years past, we've known how good they are. They've been dominant and automatic. But right now, not sure. And that's a good thing. There's a proving ground there too. So, and then St. Francis. Yeah, maybe I've glossed over St. Francis there because, and that's, to be fair by Phil, beating Loyola and Nazareth, definitely a 5A sleeper. And sleeper is the key word. But having Sterling do that again, I think I got trapped by the Sterling matchup again. Something you don't really want to see. Especially the whole point of the playoffs is to get somebody different, right? That's just kind of the fun part of the playoffs is going somewhere else. So when you see conference rematches, you're like, groaning. Antioch, exactly. Grays Lake North. Freeport going over to Prairie Ridge might be fun. I like to see the Nick 10 teams play somebody else too. And so we got to figure out how good the Nick 10 is. I think each and every year we need to do that. I would love for them to get to 12 teams and to split that into 2 divisions and to get some non-conference games. Talking to you, Byron, you can jump in there. Bring Dixon with you. Let's throw you in the Nick 10 and see how that goes. That might be fascinating competition, especially if we got a Boylan sitting there at 4A now. I want to see who falls in 4A here. You got St. Lawrence. You've got who else do we have in 4A we have to talk about here? There's a good bunch of teams that are going to be curious to see where these teams fall in 4A. We know DePaul Prep should be in 4A now. They slid up. So that changes it. Dixon, where does Dixon go? We didn't get the Dixon-Morris matchup I was hoping to see in round 1. But Dixon should have somebody here. That's going to be fascinating. Yeah, so we're going to get these sorted out here. How are we doing here? You're about done with
Getting there.
Okay. You still have to map this out a little bit.
This takes a little bit longer.
It does take a little bit. And so I'm just pulling up your old – we got Breeze Central. We got East Richland, who went 9-0. Both those teams went 9-0. I believe you're sorting through Sullivan and South Shore, too. That can make this thing very funky. Another team – a couple other teams. Cahokia got smoked tonight at Sycamore, but most teams did. They're 7-2, though, and I think they got a good taste of playoff medicine tonight coming all the way up here to Sycamore. I want to see where Wheaton Academy and Coal City fall. You and I talked several times about Richmond Burton. I don't know how good they are. Let's see what kind of run they can put together here in the postseason. We've seen U-High do some things in the playoffs this year, or in the regular season. And let's see, just kind of going through this even more. So, who does Boylan get? Because they dropped to 5-4, a bit of a surprise. Will Boylan get the benefit of one of these public league teams up north and get a matchup with them? I think you're sorting this out right now.
4A is kind of a tricky map, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's the thing, because you got to deal with the public league teams too and where they are specifically. So that's why this is taking a bit. And then my hope is to get off here at 1:00. So how about that?
That's an ambitious goal, but we'll see if we can do it.
That's okay. That's all right. To have all these done by that early hour is impressive.
Well, I've never been on pace to even consider 1 a.m. Matt. So at least in that sense,
I know
we're ahead of the game.
Having just because I wasn't hosting the show didn't mean I didn't have Shaw Local up on my phone and Twitter. So this is why you don't tweet at this time of day. People always ask you on Twitter, "Hey, where's this and this?" You don't respond for hours. Why? You're doing this right now. You don't have time for that.
Right, you're absolutely right. Right now, I do not have time for that.
Yeah, and I'm not on Twitter either, because the device I would use for Twitter is I'm staring at it right now. That's my phone. The moment I pull that to actually start tweeting, it's gonna be weird. So, Dixon making a run in 4A North, I would imagine so. I want to see where this bracket falls. I think this is the Duke Nation is looking at this going, all right, that meme. Let's see where this goes. And then we'll get to 3A. That's gonna be a banger with Byron and Wilmington and St. Joe Ogden down there. But let's see how quickly a Dixon-Wheaton Academy matchup could happen. Where does Mantino fall?
Okay.
All right. Let's do it.
North side of the bracket, 16 Geneseo at 1 Chicago Sullivan.
So there you go. Geneseo gets the benefit of the doubt on that.
Okay,
round 2. Who's the round 2 matchup?
Number 9, Chicago DePaul Prep.
Oh.
At 8, Chicago Diet.
Okay, so Geneseo might have to be on the road for 2 games.
Yeah.
Never mind.
So, and then we go Sandwich, 13, in a rematch of what I believe was a quarterfinal game last year at 4 Wheaton Academy.
It was a Friday night. It was the only Friday night game in the quarterfinals.
That's why I was there.
Yeah, and Jim mentions why do the public league team. We'll get to that. Hold that thought. We're going to explain this after we go through this round here.
Here's kind of a gnarly one. 12 St. Lawrence at 5 Richmond Burton.
Wow. So for a while, St. Lawrence was, in the top of the state rankings and undefeated, and then they hit the Catholic League schedule hard, and it drops them to a 12, and that's the last team that Richmond Burton wants to see on their line.
Okay, 15 Rockford Boylan at 2 South Shore.
There you go. Where do they play that game? Is that a Gately at 4 p.m. on a Saturday? Or they got to go to Winnemac?
All right. 10 Clemente at 7 Coal City.
All right. How about a Coal City Boylan banger?
Huh?
How about that?
It's happened before.
Yeah.
14 Marengo at 3 Dixon.
Okay, there's the Dixon line. Marengo is going to be tricky.
And 11 Johnsburg at 6 Agricultural Science.
Dixon is a quarterfinal team. There you go. So for your Dixon fans, you're through 3 rounds.
Okay, South Side.
So that's the North.
Harrisburg 16 at Breeze Central 1.
Okay.
Your 8-9 is Murfreesboro at Macomb.
Ooh, that's a trip.
Yep.
That's a fun drive.
13-4 is Peoria Notre Dame at Rochester.
That did not work out well for Rochester's had a bad week.
Yeah.
That did not work out well either.
Yeah. So, and then 12-5 is Mount Zion at Carterville.
Okay.
So the other side of the bracket, Kewanee 15 at 2 Waterloo.
Okay.
A condition there being that they are playing a Saturday game against Chester, who is undefeated right now.
That's right.
I have Waterloo winning the game in the projection, so they could potentially drop down below Rochester in the draw.
And this is, by the way, this is a Class 4A. This is Soucie's first look at 4A.
Yeah. So, and then we've got 15-2, which would be Kewanee against only East Richland.
Okay, that's where the north-south line is.
And then 10-7 Normal University at Mantino.
Ooh, that's the south line?
Yeah.
They got to come all the way up. Wow, okay. It's an hour drive.
14 Taylorville against 3 Waterloo.
All right.
And 11-6 would be Columbia and Cahokia at Cahokia.
Okay, so Cahokia would go back home at 7-2, and it's a 7-2 home team. Are there any 6-3 homers on that one?
6-3 homers are not in existence in the 4A bracket.
Okay. Ryan asks, have we done 7A? We have. We've gone from 8 all the way down to 4, and so you can go back and listen. And, of course, you're going to post these here in a little bit.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
So, yeah, don't worry about that. We're reading through them, but you'll see them, yeah.
Yep.
So, all right. So that's 4A. Why don't you start on 3A, and I will explain the CPS stuff as best I can. And you've done this for years, so you could probably jump in even while you're doing 3A. What he's doing is he's going to work the 1 through 16 lines. Then we got to figure out where the line is, and then seed them by 1 through 16. So that takes a bit to do. So the question here is, and this is a good one from Jim. It happens every year. Why do some Chicago Public League teams get a #1 ranking with their weak strength of schedule, and a majority of them lose in the first round? Yes, the majority of them, if not all of them, maybe 90% of the time, they lose in the first round. But this is not a strength of schedule setup. This is based on wins. That's how they do this. It's based on wins and your schedule of wins. So you go 9-0, you get rewarded. And yes, you look at the 7A and you'll see Whitney Young as the 1 seed. Everyone knows they're not the best team in that class, and that's okay. But what it is about the competition you play. Part of why we've seen the conference migration so much is because teams are trying to fight their way to get the 5 wins. And so that's the hard part. But when you're in the city, you don't have the benefit of the doubt of toughening up that schedule. We've seen a few teams over the years, Phillips being my favorite, the other ones being Simeon and Morgan Park. For years, Hubbard was really good. They were a grindy team and a real physical team that got out and would bother you. They would win some games, and they would come out the suburbs, and they would hit you in the mouth. But they are few and far between, and we know that. So 9-0 is not 9-0. But for the sake of the purpose of this, yes, it's just basically enrollment and wins. So that's just kind of how it goes in these classes, which makes it interesting in the middle classes specifically because, yeah, you get some public league teams that have to play each other. You get a Sycamore team that gets a 16 that's appropriate in the public league, but also an 8-9 team on the other side that's probably not worth their a trip out to Sycamore either. So it's not easy to do. I don't know how you measure strength of schedule. I really don't. Like, I don't know how you can do that. And it's kind of tricky to do with 16, 17, and 18-year-olds as well. So those are things you have to think of is how do you make this fair? Ultimately, what happens is that the two best teams typically, especially in the bigger classes, find a way to face each other more than anything else. Someone asked, who does Jacobs get? Mount Carmel. That's who you get. It's a Mount Carmel matchup. You're not going to like that either. So Mount Carmel would come out to Algonquin. Do playoff points get factored in? Yes, they do. They are the ones that break the ties. So the stronger the schedule you play in terms of wins, the more points you get. So when you look at Whitney Young's schedule, I'm going to go and pull that up for a minute and explain to you as best I can why this is fascinating. So Whitney Young, let's see if we can get it here. It's gonna take me a second to do it. And you're moving along nicely, right?
Yeah, I'm in good shape. I'll have it in 2 minutes.
So Whitney Young has 36 playoff points and 9-0. Who did they play? Well, they played Corliss, 6 wins. Perspective, 4 wins. Johnson, 3. Lane, who only had 3. And despite their loss tonight, still got the 1. You have Clark with 2. You have Kenwood with 3. They didn't play any winless teams. So that's something you have to understand in terms of who their schedule is. And tomorrow they have Taft, who is, today they had Taft. I missed that. That was a 7-1 team coming in. So they got those points that way. So it's not perfect, no. And someone's asking Lincoln Park. So let's look at the Lincoln Park seeds, just so we have clarity on this. An 8-1. Did they win today? Did Lincoln Park? Oh, that's tomorrow, right? Lincoln Park is tomorrow.
Yes.
Lincoln Park is 7-1 coming in. Okay. So who do they play? Well, they had a 2-win team. I won't even read you the names. 2, 5, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, and 4. That's how it goes. And these are all like within conference. So the key in playoff points is when you schedule non-conference games, you get the ones of teams like Glenbard West did. They had Batavia. They had who else they had? They had Loyola. You know they're going to get you at least 6-7 wins, if not more. It just didn't work out for them because you can overschedule and lose games and then not get enough wins just to get into the postseason. So it's this fine balance of trying to mix that in. Let's see. I'm going to keep going through the chat here as we continue on. Again, we've gone through 8 through 4 at this point.
I'm ready, man.
You're ready for 3A? Okay.
Yep.
Let's go.
Okay.
Here's the first look at 3A.
This one's going to cause an early cringe real fast. 16 Prairie Central at 1 Byron.
Okay.
Your 9-8 game is Montini at North Lawndale.
So this means, based on this, that Byron would have to go to Montini in round 2.
Yes, correct.
There you go. That's wonderful.
Okay. So, carrying on. 13 Oregon at 4 Princeton.
Ooh, okay.
12 Chicago King, if they bother to field a team.
Yeah.
Against 5 Chicago Marshall.
Yeah. God. How did that happen? Oh, jeez.
Maybe King's smarter than the rest of us. Maybe they forfeited with purpose.
Maybe we were like, we're good. Nah, that's it.
Like if we do that, maybe we'll get another public league team and maybe we can win. So we'll just bounce tonight.
Yeah.
All right. So 15 Stillman Valley at 2 Wilmington.
Ooh, interesting. There's a lot of pedigree there.
10 Piatone at 7 Eureka.
Ooh, a Eureka Wilmington round 2 is interesting. Okay.
Genoa Kingston 14 at 3, Duran Pecatonica.
Interesting as well, and that's not too bad of a drive. But the idea of a Dupec matchup with Wilmington is fascinating. Unless, what do we have here?
11 Paxton at 6, Monmouth.
Ooh. So we're having Monmouth. Oh, goodness. Well, there's all the players there in the north. They're all there. And we wondered if you'd get some good second-round games. So here you go. Byron Montini might be one I might make an appearance at.
Yeah, I can see that. Southside, 16 West Frankfort at 1, Sullivan.
Okay, that's downstate Sullivan.
Yes, downstate Sullivan, not
There's
Chicago.
2 Sullivans, yeah.
Yes. 9-8 would be Tolono Unity at Roxana.
Roxana. Very good.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. The one is not Sullivan. It is St. Joe Ogden.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Okay. So the 16-1 is West Frankfort, St. Joe Ogden.
Okay.
9-8 remains the same. Tolono Unity at Roxana. The 13-4 is Stanford Olympia at Greenville.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the 5-12 would be Fairfield at Nashville.
Okay, I know nothing about those teams. Other than Nashville had a heartbreaker last year. That's the only thing I know.
The 15 is Mount Carmel at Sullivan.
Downstate Mount Carmel.
Correct.
Downstate Sullivan. Yes.
And the 10-7 is Benton and New Berlin.
New Berlin. Okay. All right. So there's 3A.
And then we've got 14-3 Carlinville against Williamsville 3. And the 11-6 is DuQuoin at Monticello.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah.
DuQuoin on the road.
Yep.
How about that? How many 7-2 teams on the road?
7-2s are, let's see, none in the south.
Okay.
And 1 in the north, Montini.
Okay, so Montini's the lone road team in round 1.
Yep.
Wow.
They're actually behind a public league school in playoff points, which I just find astonishing, but the way it breaks down.
Hey, to circle back, because people are jumping on now, who's 257 at the moment? Did you have Oswego East for sure? I know they were part of the discussion.
257 is Oswego East.
It is Oswego East. Okay. So, and we don't expect this to change.
258 is Glenbard West.
Okay.
So if both of those 4 and 4 teams were to fall, or actually there's 3, but I can't see any universe where Marmion would lose to Leo. But
me neither.
There are 3 options for those teams to potentially find a way to get in, but once again, we discussed them before. None of them are all that particularly plausible.
All right, let's do 2A. Why don't you get going on that? And I was telling you this is just looking at that 3A, just hearing the idea of a Byron at Montini second round. I tell you what, these middle classes from 3, 4, and 5, just hearing the way these things have laid out, those second round matchups are as good as I can remember in a long time at that level. And that's the fun part, because we spent all year talking about parity. And what does parity ultimately mean? It means you're going to have more teams with a chance to get deeper and deeper in the postseason, but it also creates more competition, and it has to go somewhere. My favorite for years was the quarterfinal, semifinal round, because the atmospheres in these buildings were just absolutely fabulous. And you could feel the urgency of, whoa, we've gotten far, and now it's a real thing. That's only going to pick up even more if you're telling me these second round games are going to be grinders. And that's the important thing for why parity actually matters. When you see 7-2 teams having to go on the road, or when you see a bunch of 6-3 teams at the higher classes having to host because they played such great schedules, it just shows you how everyone's beat up. And we have 20 teams, maybe less. I think we're at 20 that are undefeated. So for anyone to run the table, it's a tough thing to do right now. Let me go through the comments, and I will talk with you through it. Hey, we still got 100 people watching us right now. That's awesome. Thanks for staying up with us. Coaches, I'm sure you're already working on tape or trying to figure out which huddle to download. So I appreciate that you're with us on this stuff. Somebody talking about the fact that IHSA is pretty transparent in terms of the way they do it. Yeah, it's not perfect, but it is transparent. The other thing that you should remember, too, is the alternate home game aspect. And if you don't remember how this works, or if you kind of know but you're like, I'm not sure how this works, let me walk you through it. The best way I can explain it is that if you have a tiebreaker of amount of home games being hosted, it goes the higher seed, aka like we have in the first round, 3 hosts 14, or 16 goes to 1. That's the easy part. It's the second round is funky. This is where if you're in an 8-9 slot or in a 7-10 slot and you're the lower seed, if you win, more often than not, you're going to host. So the way they do this is that if you have the least amount of hosting opportunities, you get to host. So that's why the Byron Montini thing is fascinating. Byron being a 1, Montini being a 9. So 9 would go to 8, 9 wins. Okay. 1 hosts 16 and 1 wins. Ideally, in a perfect world, 9 would come to 1. But because you and I both know these seeds are not perfect in terms of strength of schedule, typically, that, they balance out the home opportunities. But what it does is it opens up a situation like you might see with this, where Byron now has to go to a Montini in a second round. A 1 plays at a 9. When you're coaching football, typically you tell your kids, you're going to have to win on the road in the postseason. And this is why, because you get a funky draw sometimes like this. Once you win on the road, more often than not, you end up coming right back home. You don't get to go on the road twice, typically. Or it's like you tend to alternate. That's why they call it kind of this alternating thing. But say a Byron goes to Montini and wins. Guess what they're going to have? Probably a home game the next week, no matter what, whoever they play. So I don't have that bracket in front of me, but I would imagine you'd rather get the road game out of the way. And a good example is the St. Charles North, who would have to go to a Mount Carmel if Mount Carmel can get past the Jacobs team. And I think they could. But if you go down to Dante and win, and then you come back home, and then it's not smooth sailing, but it feels different once you get past that hurdle of a road game. But sometimes it can derail a season too. A couple years ago, we saw Batavia go to Mount Carmel and lose, and honestly get screwed on a late second call. Sometimes you're a paper tiger as a 1 seed, and you're not tested, and then you have to go on the road to somewhere that that's got some pedigree. You're going to find out if you're any good or not. So I think it's fair the way they do it. Is it perfect? No, it's not perfect, but it offers some unique perspective where you might get some atmospheres that you wouldn't normally see. You also might get some situations where a public league team or a suburban team gets to host a Catholic league team with some pizzazz. I remember being a teacher at Yorkville a couple years ago, and Soucie, you'll remember this, the John Lausch teams of Brother Rice.
Yep.
Second round, Brother Rice was coming to our building at Yorkville. And I can't tell you how – this was the first time Yorkville had won a playoff game in probably, 15 years or something like that. That building was vibrant all week leading up to it. And I kept talking to my students about the fact that this is the fun part. November football is fun. The urgency, the excitement, hey, maybe we can do it, the dreaming aspect of it. They found themselves down 21-0 before anything happened. But the walk up to Saturday at 4 was awesome. And, that's the fun part of this whole thing. So I just want people to remember that sort of thing. All right, so we got some questions that are coming in here that I'm going to try and answer too as best I can as you go ahead and continue on here. Chester can go to 9-0 tomorrow, but they are not favored to win, so it could be another undefeated team. Yes, that's a good point. We talked about that just a little bit ago. Grant brings up the Marengo draw and having Joliet Catholic in 22, Wheaton Academy, and yeah, so sometimes you get snake bit with some of those situations as well. Marion Central Catholic, some of those great teams of the 80s and 90s, they were amazing. The Hurricanes program back then, for sure. Question for Aiden. Aiden asks, if Phillips beats Kenwood, would they bump Oswego East into the field?
What's that?
If Phillips beats Kenwood tomorrow, would that bump Oswego East into the field?
Yes.
Yes, that's the one. So all of a sudden, Oswego East is going to be a tremendous Phillips Wildcats fans tomorrow.
Yes.
If I'm a student, if I'm one of the players at Oswego East, where I don't know where that game is, but I would imagine it's just going to be a Gately. You find a way down there to go watch that and go root for them. So you're working on 2A, right? You're almost
Yes, I have
done
two. I have 2A ready.
Yes. Okay, so let's do this.
Okay.
All right.
So on the north side of the bracket, Deer Creek Mackinac 16 at Farmington 1.
Okay.
The 9-8 game, Eastland Pearl City at Rockridge.
Rockridge?
Yep.
Somebody's got to go get a bunch of dimes.
Yep. Okay. 13,
That's a movie reference nobody got.
13 Bloomington Central Catholic at 4 Elmwood.
Interesting.
And
dangerous for Elmwood.
And 12 Dwight at 5 Moments.
Hey, that's a little bit of right down 17. That's nice. That's a Route 17 matchup right there.
That's not a bad trip. 15 Erie at 2 Bismarck Henning.
Okay.
10 El Paso Gridley at 7 Seneca.
That's not a bad drive either.
And 14 Oakwood at 3 Tri-Valley.
Ooh.
And 11 Illini West at 6 Chicago Christian. That is not a good drive.
No, that's horrible. that's nasty. Oh, I'm sorry. You gotta. How do you get there?
I don't know.
Illini West. I'm gonna look that up. Keep going.
So on the south side, this was something I actually commented on 2 weeks ago after Johnston City played Dixon, and I said, good for them. Even though they lost that game, maybe it will work out for them. And those extra playoff points will boost them to the top of the chart anyway. And guess what it did? As long as Chester does not win tomorrow, Johnston City is your 1 seed.
How about that?
Redbud 16 at Johnston City 1. That is projecting a Chester loss tomorrow to Waterloo.
Okay.
So it would change if Chester were to win that game. Chester would go to the top of the pile as the only undefeated team on the south side of the bracket. So 2A over the last couple of weeks has been decimated from undefeated teams because
yes, it has.
We thought there might be as many as 5 or 6. It looks like it could be ended up being as few as 2. So that's there. So then the 8-9 game is a White County at Warrensburg Latham. The 13-4 game is Flora at Pana.
Okay.
The 12-5 is Shelbyville at Arthur. The 15-2 is Decatur St. Teresa at Maroa Forsyth.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. The 10, 13, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. The 10-7 is Sangamon Valley at Vandalia.
That's a fun one.
The 14-3 is Westville at Quincy Notre Dame.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
And the 11-6 is currently North Mac at Chester.
So if Chester's projected to lose, they could see Quincy Notre Dame in the second round.
Yes.
So now, if anyone from Chester is up watching, which they should not be because it's 1 o'clock in the morning, there's your motivation to avoid Quincy Notre Dame as long as possible. So there you go. All right, we got one more to go. How do you feel?
This is early, Matt.
I know.
What the heck's going on here?
This is the fun part. We're moving along here.
I might be in bed before 3:30, which is just crazy time.
That's crazy. Let's just try. We're a long way to go. Maybe some finals are wrong. Who knows? All right, you work on 1A here.
Don't ever say that to me on week 9.
I know that.
That is like a slap in my face. Do not do that.
It's okay. Look, I'm entertaining myself. I should probably just turn on the USC Rutgers game that's still happening somewhere in America. I'm sure it's going on here. By the way, as you keep go ahead on round 1 or on class 1A, and we'd love to see where the Clifton Central Comets end up landing because they found their way bursting in the field like the buddy at your party and say, "Hey, I'm here." Nobody asked for you to be here, but okay, you're here. Congratulations. We love the Comets. Illini West to Chicago Christian is a 4-hour and 9-minute drive. In case you're wondering, but it's the drive you have to make is a nightmare. Jim asks where these projections are. You'll see them online on Shaw Media and Shaw Local here momentarily. Here we're revealing them here on the show exclusively, And then we're going to go ahead and show you these.
The word momentarily is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
Momentarily is in quotes. Okay,
Yes.
We'll put it that way. It's probably about an hour away. You can see that.
Yeah, at least I would say.
At least an hour away. We'll just do that. So we're going to read them to you. Then you can go to bed and you can get up in the morning. You can crank them out. So there you go. But yeah, I don't know if we figured out the farthest drive, but
there's some doozers in 5 and 6.
Morris to Triad. Let's do that one. Yeah. Sorry, you get to go to Triad. So Triad High School. There we go. We're in lovely Troy. I've not been to Triad High School. That's one on my list I haven't been to.
I think I stopped for gas there one time in that community.
That sounds right. That's a 3.5-hour drive. That's not too bad because they're so far south as it is. If it were Antioch going down there, that'd be a different story. So Morris, by the way, is in 5A. That's where we have Morris. And again, if you're just jumping on here and trying to figure this whole thing out, what we've been doing, we basically talked about the fact that, we've gone through 8A all the way down through 2A now. And a lot of teams, a lot of schools push up classes. So what that essentially means is that 2As are in 3A, 3As in 4A, 4As, maybe 4 or 5 teams deep in 5A. So it's not just 1 or 2 teams that slid. We saw a lot of teams slide, and it's the most sliding we've seen all season long. So we talked about West Aurora. I don't remember off the top of my head who West Aurora had, but it was Huntley. Huntley coming down to West Aurora for that one. That's one we saw. Let's see here. Just looking at some of the comments here, just to make sure. Grant brings up the Marengo Phillips match. I was at that game. I remember that one. So that was actually a decent game, if I recall that correctly. 2015, that was the Blizzard semifinal. That was a nightmare for everybody. I found myself at Montini Prairie Ridge, and then I found myself at Marist Wabanzi Valley for Comcast Sportsnet. Moment of silence for Comcast Sportsnet. Thank you. Let's see what else we got here. Alternate home game format is kind of BS. This is what Jesse says here. Home field advantage for nothing. But what's the whole point of home field advantage if you're a 9-0 team that hasn't played anyone? That's not the point. So it's a mixture of the strength of schedule, so to speak. And look, the good teams rise to the top. It's also a situation where if you win on the road, you earn the home game. I think that's kind of the important element to it. So I appreciate that for sure. We talk about the quarterfinal projections in 4A. Someone already talking about the fact they might see a St. Lawrence DePaul prep game and a Coal City Dixon game. And I believe, someone mentioned, John mentioned Morris going to a Triad twice before. I'm pretty sure that's correct. I want to pull that up and see exactly when. But I do recall that. So I think Morris has played some teams down south that's like, oof, those drives. Good Lord. I've seen Morris in the postseason. I've been to a Morris postseason game. You want intensity? That's a good building to go see some intensity in the quarterfinals for sure, especially in those Dan Darlington days. Just kind of pulling it up. I'm going to skip to the 2000s to see the kind of drive. Oh, yeah. So they played Triad in 2001. In 2016. Those are some deep runs, by the way. But Morris, I think they had Centralia a couple years ago. And for several years, it was LaSalle, Peru every year. It was like, yay. Get to play each other again. Ryan brings up. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, 1A. Here we go. The final reveal. Class 1A. Soucie's initial look.
In the North bracket, 16 Aurora Christian at 1 Leroy.
Wow.
Number 9 Rockford Lutheran at number 8 Anawan Weathersfield.
That is not an easy draw for Leroy.
Yeah. 13 Salt Fork at 4 Rushville.
Interesting.
And then Galena 12 at 5 Stark County.
I don't know what to make of that because I'm not really sure how good Galena is, and that's okay. It's a good thing.
15 Ottawa Marquette at 2 Lena Winslow.
That didn't work out for them. Why does that always happen to Marquette?
Yeah. Well, the first thing that happened to them tonight that was the loss. They lost to Dwight tonight. They beat Dwight earlier in the season. They played twice. So
that's why
that was a stinger, and if that ends up being what it was,
Yep.
got them there. Stockton 10 at 7 Princeville.
You know, if a Stockton win draws Lee Win to their building, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then 14 Clifton Central at 3 GCMS, Gibson City, Melvin Sibley.
They got to play all 3 cities?
Yep.
I just made that joke. Good for them. That's not a bad drive either.
And here's a really interesting first round game. 11 Hope Academy at 6 Newman Central Catholic.
Ooh. Sterling's on the road, so Newman would be at home, which means they would get to play either Friday or Saturday.
Right.
So they don't have to do the day because they share the same stadium. That's why I bring it up. Okay, continue on.
16 Dupo at 1 Belleville Althoff.
Sorry, Dupo. That's fun. Who's the 8-9 game there?
Then we've got Jacksonville Route at Winchester West Central.
Okay.
So then Carrollton 13 at 4 Casey Westfield.
Tricky.
And 12 Brown County at 5 Greenfield.
Okay.
And then 15 Central A&M at 2 Hardin Calhoun.
Okay. Calhoun went head-to-head on Camp Point.
And then 10 Red Hill at 11 Cesar Valier.
10 and 11?
10 and 7.
Okay. All right. No, I just want to make sure. That's fine. It's getting
14
late.
Nokomis at 3 Camp Point Central.
Okay.
And 11 Tuscola at 6 Toledo Cumberland.
Okay. Now, if you're Camp Point Central, you had that matchup with Althoff last year. So, and you have Hardin Calhoun in the way too. This is a different Althoff team.
Yeah.
But at this way, you get to avoid them until the semis, quite possibly. So that's actually a good thing. I think that's a good thing. But Althoff, I mean, that's an easy road. I got to admit, it's just an easy road for them. All right, so that's it. How many 7-2 teams are on the road there?
Let's see.
Because we knew a lot of undefeated
none
teams
in the South, and there are 1 home game hosted by a 6-3 on both sides of the bracket.
Interesting.
None.
Okay.
No 7-2s on the road.
Interesting. Okay. So everybody's at home. All right.
Yep.
They kind of beat each other up the last couple of weeks in terms of knocking out those undefeated teams.
I beat the wire by 30 seconds, Matt.
There you go. And this is where I'm going to sign off.
Yep.
Are you done?
I'm going to go reformat the brackets.
Okay.
I might hang around here and talk about it while I do it if people
right.
want to stay around.
So
But
if you want to stay around and you can put some questions in the comments, that's it for the brackets. You're going to have those on Shaw Local, and we tweet out the link, I presume, too.
Yeah.
If you're not following both of us on Twitter, shame on you. You should be. I'm Matt_Rodewald. He's the Souce, THESOUC. And this way you get a chance to see these things exclusively and have something in your back pocket when you're watching the pairing show tomorrow night. So, hey, this was fun, man.
Yep. Appreciate you jumping along and joining me for this. It wasn't as long haul as it usually is. Maybe that was your influence, Matt. Maybe I can give you the credit for that because
we're coming back next year. We're doing it again.
There we go. Absolutely. All right.
Best of luck to Oswego East. They're 257 right now as they are rooting hard for the Phillips Wildcats tomorrow. See how that turns out. For Souce, I'm Matt. We'll see you. Enjoy the pairing show tomorrow night.
All right. See you, Matty. Okay. Basically, all I'm going to do right now is just kind of put my brackets in the bracket format right now. If you've got any questions, go ahead and ask. So it'll just be my face on here. I'm not going to put the screenshots up. Pretty interesting night, just with the teams moving in and out. Thought there might be a little bit more action on the downside of things, but turned out to not be the case. I haven't looked at although I spoke it, weather. I don't even remember what it looks like at this point. I'll give you, if you're still around, I'll give you my opinion when I actually put it in the bracket. I don't even remember what it looks like. Is that bad? I'm starting to get a little loopy. So right now I'm just reformatting the 8A bracket. So definitely an interesting night. Matt had talked about it a little bit during the broadcast, but the fact that the maximum number of undefeated teams that we could have is 21 is pretty incredible to me. We've never had less than 28. So ever. So that's pretty fascinating to me. Okay, Plainfield South is an 18. So we go East is gone. Okay. Yeah, there's options. A lot of these snap judgment brackets, I will take a look at them again tomorrow morning. Sometimes there's some ties between teams with playoff points, and I don't break those tonight. That takes too long. So I'm trying to get you a quick look at it. So yeah, there's an opportunity for some movement. There may be some that happens tomorrow morning. I will tweet out revised brackets if I do have them tomorrow. So that's one of the things that in the moment it's hard for me to do them that quickly. So I won't do them stream of consciousness while I'm doing that. I think I know in most of those situations who the team is on top, but I don't know for sure. So sometimes I have to look at the schedules themselves to get those tiebreakers set up. So yeah, I don't necessarily think that there will be a lot of movement in that situation, but it is possible. I won't say that it's a different one. As far as like, will they throw in a wrinkle? I don't think so. I mean, some of the maps are really, really close in a couple of times. So it's tricky, but yeah, I don't think a wrinkle is coming. I think maybe they could draw the map slightly different, particularly in 2A. But as far as the other classes go, it's kind of defined. There's really, the north-south split is pretty clear. Some of them look weird, I'll admit. 5 and 6 look very strange, but as far as detecting who is north and who is south, it's really not that complicated. So, like right now, I'm just sitting here reseeding my bracket in 8A. It takes a little while because a lot of these are different than what I had in the original projection. So the tiebreakers, the first tiebreakers, or I mean, when you have teams with the same amount of playoff points, you then have to go to the schedule and figure out how many playoff points they've accumulated over the teams that they beat. So sometimes they're the same. I mean, and then it's tied again. And then if it's still tied, then they go to a random number generator. So to decide who breaks the tie. So a lot of times you'll get teams from like two teams from the same situation from lot conferences, and they both finished 7-2 and they both lost to the 9-win and the 8-win. So there's no way to break that tie other than essentially they call it a random number generator. It's essentially a coin flip. So that's how they do it. So right now it looks like the two teams that are going to get in on playoff points currently have 51 and 50 points. But that also depends on one of those teams actually winning tomorrow. So they are playing Kenwood is playing Phillips tomorrow. So it may end up being only 50 points, and then it might be a different team. So Kenwood has to beat Phillips to get there, but it looks like it's the line is going to be 50 with one team getting in with 50 and two teams with also that had 50 not getting in. So that's the situation on points. No, because I actually projected Saturday's games before I started drawing the brackets, and I have Lincoln Park projected to win. So they would not jump. The only thing that would affect Lincoln Park's current position in the bracket would be if they lost that game, then they would fall in the bracket. I think it's more parity than the conference changes thing. I just felt like we had so many teams that, you know, were sitting in the 5, 4, and 3 win group this year. And when you looked at them, there wasn't that much difference between the 5-win team and the 3-win team. So I think that finally started to kind of weigh out over the course of time. And that made it seem like a little bit more different, I guess, than we have in past seasons. Evergreen Park did not get into the field. They lost this evening. I believe they finished 3-6. I'll have to look at that when we get to when I get to redesigning the 7A bracket. I should probably get there in about 15 minutes. I'll try to talk my way through it when I get a chance to get there. I'm still redesigning 8A as we speak. There's a lot of moves that I have to make here. All right. When one comes out. This is where I put Andrew in. Okay. So just kind of moving my way through here, just resituating these 8A teams in the bracket with their new seedings. Some changes tonight in this bracket. A couple teams came in here that I didn't have before. There was a shift. Like I said, Homewood Flossmoor not winning was one of them. Chicago Lane also not winning was something that I had projected. So a couple of teams dropped out of that bracket, and there were no teams that like upset their way in. It looked like Plainfield North might be another one of those teams to have that happen to them, but it didn't. Like I said, a lot of the schools that didn't get it done tonight came from the big classes. So some spots opened up, and that caused the field to shift down. So that was what happened there. So, okay. So okay, I just found an interesting mistake that was on the input. So now there's one less team that is getting in as a 4-win team. Plainfield North is being removed from the field. So I just found an error. This is one of those things that can happen. So now there's just one 4 and 5 team in the field. It is potentially Chicago Kenwood. There was an error involving an input for Skokie Niles West. And that puts them in the field. There was something that was bothering me about that, and I thought that was it. And that actually is going to make me sleep easier tonight because I knew there was a mistake and I couldn't figure out what it was. So I'm going to go put them in. And that's going to change the whole seating. Because Niles West goes at the bottom. So that the 8A bracket's going to change. This is stuff that I would have checked in the morning. I'm glad I caught it now. Yep. Okay. That eases my mind a little bit because it was going to drive me crazy. I was trying to figure out what that was, and I just found it. So now Plainfield North comes out. Actually, all that is going to do is it's just going to change who the 16 seed is. Well, the Kenwood game now is pretty much the same thing that it was before. Kenwood is still the top team, the only team potentially getting in as a 4-win team. Plainfield North was the second team on that list. So the Niles West error is covering up for Plainfield North. So essentially what happened tonight, and this is what my numbers were bothering me about a lot. Okay. Coming into the night, I had 4 teams that I thought were going to be 5-win team or 4-win teams that got into the field. Over the course of the evening, we had 3 teams lose and 6 teams win. So that we're not supposed to win in that situation. And when I say not supposed to win, they were playing a team that had a better record than 4-4. So all those teams needed to either pull a major upset or a mild upset to get into the field. There were 6 of those teams that did it. There were 3 teams that lost to teams that were 4-4, had 4-4 records or below. So the difference there was 3 teams. So there were 3 that fought in, plus 3 that fought in. And when I had plus 4 before, then that should have meant that only 1 4-win team was needed. But I kept coming up with that mistake because of the input error on Niles West. So I was coming up with 2 teams. Well, in reality, it should have been 1, and I knew it should have been 1, but I couldn't figure out what the problem was. Now I have. So the only 4-win team that I have projected to get in the field is Kenwood, pending a win over Phillips. If they do not beat Phillips beats Kenwood tomorrow, then the number 1 team that gets in on points would then become Oswego East. So Oswego East is in that situation. Right behind them is Glenbard West. They would need an upset from one of those other 4-4 games that involve Marmion against Leo. Marmion would have to lose that game. Westinghouse against Clark. Westinghouse would have to lose that game. And Noble Bulls Prep is playing winless Hyde Park. Noble Bulls would have to lose that game. Any of those teams lose, then we go to the list and grab the next 4-win team point-wise, and that would be Oswego East. So that's the scenario, and that's why it happened the way that it did. It does not change the 8A bracket because Niles West simply takes the place of Plainfield North. Plainfield North was the 16th seed. Niles North assumes the position of the 16th seed. So there were no changes there. So Niles West goes down to the 32 spot on the bracket, which was where Plainfield North was. So that factors that all out. I just figured it out, and I cannot tell you how relieved I am because I'm genuinely honest. I think I probably would have gotten off the air. Oh, yes, you're right, Andrew. Thank you. Thank you for correcting me. Yes, that is correct. Plainfield North would get back in first before Oswego East. You're absolutely right. Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Like I said, getting a little loopy. But I will be able to actually go to sleep tonight because that would have bothered me so much. I have a big magnet board over here with all of that stuff laid out on it, and I would have stared at those 2 columns for an hour before I went to sleep because I wouldn't be able to concentrate. So, All right, almost done with the 8A reimagining here. Should be fun. Tomorrow there'll be a little bit of action that can change things, but not a lot. But I'll be up tweaking some tiebreakers and trying to figure out some things and make sure that because I like to try to get it as precise as I can, and then figuring out all the nuances of it. So, because I want to get it as close as I can on Saturday afternoon to being what we'll see on Saturday night, and that's my goal. So I'll look at the points. I'll make sure there wasn't any input errors. Check some out-of-state games because that's something I'm a little bit sloppy with on the actual Week 9 Friday. There might be a team picking up a point here or there from an out-of-state opponent because I don't do a great job of making sure that I get all those accounted for on Friday night. I will religiously check those tomorrow and see if they affect the fields in any way, shape, or form. Okay. So moving right along here as I go. Going to have the 8A bracket done here in just a few minutes. Okay. Going to be kind of weird putting some of these brackets together and looking at them. I mean, I already had a strange moment earlier when I took IC Catholic off the bracket. That seemed like a very strange moment. Okay. Seven is Glenbard East. Okay. This is taking a little longer than I would like it to, but that's what happens when you have a lot of teams move. That's what happened tonight. Okay. Back to the games. Match 11. 26. 10-23. Stevenson. Andrew. Okay. So Oswego and Waubonsie. York and Edwardsville. And then Marist, Warren. Okay. and Barrington South Elgin. All right, so those are done. Yeah, the dogs have not been barking tonight. I walked them for darn near 5 miles earlier this afternoon, so I exhausted them pretty good. Okay, so now I'm going to start working through 7A here. So you asked about Jacobs and what the possibilities are. The really simple possibility is that I'll look at that tiebreaker tomorrow and I'll see that Harlem leapfrogs Jacobs. So I don't know if that's the case. And in fact, I don't think that it is. But it might literally be, now that I'm thinking about it, it might be a random number generator situation. So we might not know if Jacobs is going to be the 14 or the 15. And that would keep them away from the 19, which is Mount Carmel. And there's no way that Mount Carmel will move off that 19. So the key is that if you don't want to play Mount Carmel, you better not be on the 14 because Mount Carmel isn't moving. They have way more points than any other 6-win teams. So, and there are no other teams playing on Saturday that can move down and into the 6-win group. So Mount Carmel is staying at 19. It's just a matter of whether or not the 14-15 situation matriculates in a way that Harlem jumps Jacobs, because that could happen. I will look at that tomorrow. It will be something that I'll consider. So, yes, that's the answer to the Jacobs question if you're still here. They can move. But for now, I'm going to keep them on the 14 line. Okay, Lincoln Way West is the 20, just like they were before. Got to take this team off the board. Replace them with Fenwick. Is it 32? Correct. Schaumburg is gone. Replace them with Pekin. 12. Okay, Andrew is gone. They will be replaced by Collinsville. Brother Rice is the 21 seed. I have them currently paired with traveling to Pekin in the first round. I'm kind of popping back and forth on your questions, guys, so I'll try to get to them all, but I kind of got a split screen thing going on, so sometimes I can't see them. Meadows 30 now. Downers Grove North. Five. St. Charles North is now the 3. Big jump for them. We're 11 in the last projection. Quincy is a 2. Okay, trying to figure out who the other ad is in this one. We'll leave that alone for the time being. Hoffman Estates. 25. Willowbrook. 27. St. Rita. 11. West Chicago. 26. Lincoln Park. 8. Maine West. 9. Addison Trail. 18. Harlem. 15. Whitney Young. 1. North Central. 24. Argo. 31, I think. 31. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to start matching them up here in the top. Coal City is always kind of on that, always on the line for 4A. You have to kind of look at them and draw them out. They've been in the north before, but they've usually been in the south, but they're very, very close. Every year it seems like the line breaks on Coal City. It's a pretty interesting dynamic that always comes out. Seems like a strange place for the north-south line to break, but that's where it breaks. Yeah, but they're very, very close to that. 825, 924. There we go. Okay. You know I've been at it a while when I'm forgetting pairings in a 32 bracket. Fenwick. All right, so 231, Quincy. Nargo. 1518. Harlem, Addison Trail. 726. West Chicago. 1023. Prospect and Guilford. Guilford. Okay. So, finishing this up here real quick. St. Charles North. Rolling Meadows. Jacobs and Mount Carmel. Okay, go back up here to fix this one. Okay, 5, 28. All right, so we've got match 4, match 5, match 6, match 7, Warrenville, match 8. Brother Rice. Okay, so 7A is done. 6A. All right. So Springfield. Forest is a 7. Conda is a 6. Geneva dropped down to the loss tonight. Absolutely nuts how many undefeated teams lost tonight, but I guess we should have kind of suspected that was going to happen based on the way this season has gone. But a really fascinating breakdown tonight on the movement of teams, the undefeated teams. It's really kind of a crazy finish to a wild season, regular season. Looking forward to the playoffs where we're going to have all kinds of squirrely matchups, I'm sure. And some of them will come early. St. Louis is a 3. Sen is a 16. Normal West. I think they're a 9. Yep, 9. Okay, Washington. Belvedere North. Shepherd. Glenwood is a 6. Crete Moni is a 12. Lamont is an 11. Libertyville a 2. Kankakee 2. Grant 11. Lombard South is no longer in this class. There they are. 13. Bloomington. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Bloomington. Pekin is no longer here. They are replaced by Caneland. Okay. So, Warrenville South isn't here anymore. Deerfield, 15. Cary Grove, 1. Fenton, 12. Antioch, and 8. Dunlap, 16. I don't think they actually are, though. 15. Kennedy, 4. Oak Forest, 14. Simeon, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Simeon is an 8. All right. Fenwick does move up to 7A. I totally agree with you, Jesse. They absolutely should be 1 to 32. There's so many bad travels in the 1 to 16, it doesn't matter. Okay, found my answer. Fast enough. Okay. So Grays Lake North goes in. Them right there. 6A is kind of a weird bracket, just in general. A lot of regular season rematches, and I'm hoping that something happens, maybe with some tiebreakers that I'm not seeing right now, that kind of breaks those up. Never like to see that. A lot of like repeat games. I like to see it mixed up a little bit. Another reason why I push for 1 to 32 in these classes is because a lot of the playoff teams come from the same conferences. So then when you have a 1 to 16 bracket and maybe you have 3 teams from the same conference in there, the odds are pretty good that they may get paired up in a regular season rematch, which I just don't think is any good for anybody. Forest and Mather. And match 8 is Wakanda and Grant. Regular season rematch. Okay. So I'm going to make a correction right here that I didn't before, but I'm going to move East St. Louis into the two seed spot because they have out-of-state points that are coming their way that were not reflected on the sheet, so including the one that they got tonight. So I'm going to move East St. Louis up to number 2 seed over Kankakee because that's where they're going to end up. So Richards versus Springfield in the 1-16. Oakland, Richards, and Springfield. Correct. 8-9 is Simeon Normal West. 4-13 is Kennedy Glenbard South. $5.12 is Bloomington Creek Monee. Kankakee on the seed line. East St. Louis goes up to the 2. So, match 13 should be East St. Louis and Dunlap, which it is. This should be Washington and Shepherd. And then Kankakee Oak Forest and Glenwood Lamont. So 6 is done. Going to 5. Ridge is a 5 now. Peoria is a 2 now. Sycamore is a 1. Corliss, where are you, Corliss? Corliss is a 7. Hillcrest, 15. Jacksonville, 11. Prosser, 8. Morgan Park, 1. Freeport, 12. Woodstock North, 6. Sterling, 13. Bennett, 7. Westinghouse, 8, 9. Joliet Catholic, 6. Triad, Triad drops to 4. Marmion, 15. Nazareth, 3. Perspectives, 10. Tinley Park, 16. Burlington Central. It's not in this class anymore. Duh. Rochelle goes in. Putting Rochelle in there. St. Francis, 4. Good is an 11. Peyton is where? 14. Muhammad Seymour is a 3. TF North (10). Noble Bulls, 16. Metamora, 9. Marion, 12. Canelan's gone in this class, replaced by Centralia. Centralia's an 8. Okay. Sacred Heart Griffin is a 14. Highland, 5. And Grace Lake North is not in the bracket anymore. So who is? That's Morris. Okay, so go through the game matchups here. So 116 is set. Prosser is an 8. Westinghouse a 9. 413 is St. Francis and Sterling. 512 is Prairie Ridge and Freeport. 215 is Rochelle and Marmion. 710 Bennett and Perspectives. Peyton and Nazareth. 611 Woodstock North and Good. Okay. And then the bottom bracket here. Match 9. Marion Park, Tinley Park. 8-9, Centralia, and who? Metamora. .413, Triad, and Morris. 512, Highland, and Marion. Okay. We're in Hillcrest, 7-10 game, Portless TF North. 3:14 game, Muhammad and Sacred Heart. 6:11, Joy Catholic Jacksonville. Okay. Save that one up. Okay. So now, moving to the 4A bracket. I'm going to take a real quick break here. I'm going to go take my contacts out. They're driving me nuts. I'll be right back, guys. Alrighty, guys. Now I'm working my way through 4. Hawaii is a 15. DePaul Prep is a 9. Dixon is a 3. Cahokia is a 6. Carterville is a 5. Geneseo a 16. Coal City a 7. Wheaton Academy a 4. Greece Central a 1. Mount Zion is a 12. Clemente is a 10. Murphy is a 9. Rochester is a 4. Waterloo is tricky. I have them as a 3 right now, but that could change with a loss to Chester tomorrow. Got to take IC Catholic off the board. Still seems funny. I got to be honest. South Shore goes in. Okay, put them in there. Rockford Boylan, 15. Sandwich, 13. Sullivan, a 1. Columbia, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. As it should be. Centralia. It's not in this bracket anymore. Harrisburg in their spot. Harrisburg. All right. Peoria, Notre Dame. A 13. Macomb, an 8. Normal Uni, a 10. Richmond Burton, a 5. Only East Richland, a 2. Taylorville, a 14. Mantino, a 7. Rochelle is not in this bracket anymore. Change them to Marengo. 13. Drop the Marengo logo. Johnsburg, 11. Ag Science, 6. St. Lawrence, 12. I think it's Diet that I got to move in. Yep. Diet. And they are at 8. Okay. So now I'm going to reformat them as I've got the right seeds on them now. Gives me a little bit more of a chance to look at them. All right, so the top of the bracket is Sullivan and Geneseo. That's a crazy, weird game. 8-9 would be Diet and DePaul. Actually, kind of like DePaul to maybe come out of the top side of that. Wheaton Academy. Sandwich. I enjoyed my trip to Wheaton Academy last year. I like that Richmond Burton St. Lawrence game. I hope that holds up. That'd be interesting. Okay, so on the bottom here, we've got South Shore and $7-10 game. Coal City and Clemente. Dixon Marengo. So whether you asked about Dixon and what I thought of their situation, if this bracket plays out, I think, they're in good shape to the quarters. And I really like that Coal City team. So I think that's an interesting quarterfinal matchup there. But if they get past that, I think you might be looking at, a semifinal game with either DePaul Prep or that bottom, that quad with Wheaton Academy, Sandwich, Richmond Burton, and St. Lawrence is really interesting. I don't know who comes out of there. My gut kind of says it's maybe St. Lawrence, but I like Wheaton Academy a lot too. So yeah, I think it's a pretty good draw for Dixon, to be honest with you. Marengo is playing good football right now, but I think you should be favored in that game. And then the second round, I like that better than your first round matchup actually. So that's my dime store breakdown of the projected 4A bracket, at least the top half of it. Rochester and Peoria, Notre Dame. Okay. Carterville and Mount Zion. Okay, 4A is done. On to 3A. Let's see how we do here. Byron's still the 1, but Prairie Central is the 16. So Piatone moved up a few notches. Number 10 tonight. Montini is now on the 9 line. Princeton on the 4 still. Williamsville on the 3 line now. Eureka. 7 line. Carlinville. 14 line. Solano on the 9. Paxton. Is the 11. Mount Carmel. 15. Diet is gone. We make them Nashville. One, two, three, 4, 5. Okay, Nashville's in there now. Monticello is a 6. Chicago King is a 12. Chicago Marshall is a 5. Wilmington is a 2. West Frankfort is a 16. Oregon, a 13. Benton, a 10. North Lawndale, they're an 8. They are. Greenville is a 4. Stillman is a 15. New Berlin is where? Where are you? There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for New Berlin. DuQuoin is an 11. South Shore is a 2. Olympia. $13. Harrisburg is not in this bracket anymore. Prairie Central will take their place. They are also 16, so I don't have to change that. Prairie Central. Sullivan is a 2. St. Joe Ogden is a 1. Roxana is an 8. Fairfield, 16, 15, 14, 13, they're 12. Monmouth is 6, I think. Yeah, got to remember. Okay. Monmouth is 6. Durand Pecatonica a 3. Big move for them seed-wise. Okay. So let's go to the games and match them up. Byron is now matched with Prairie Central. 8-9 game is North Lawndale and Montini. 4-13 game is Princeton and Oregon. 5-12 game is Marshall and King. 2:15 game, Wilmington, Stillman Valley. 7:10 game, Eureka and Peatone. Nope, South Shore. Match 6 is Wilmington. No, match 5. It's in Stillman Valley. Match 6. There we go. Match 7. 3 seed is Duran Pecatonica. 14 seed is Carlinville. No, that's not it. Genoa. Okay. So somebody's in here who really shouldn't be. And then match 8 is Monmouth and Paxton. Oh, it's South Shore. That's who it is. This is where Genoa Kingston should be. Kingston. If I spell it right. Okay, back up to matches. Match 7 is Durand and Genoa. Match 8 is already on the board. Match 9, St. Joe. West Frankfurt. Eight, 9. Match 11. 4-13. Which is Greenville. Olympia. Okay. 5-12. Nashville. Fairfield. Williamsville. Carlinville. Sullivan. Carmel. 7-10. New Berlin. Benton. Williamsville and Carlinville. And then flip Monticello to coin. All right. Finished up 3A. Nope. United Township is not projected in the field with 4 wins. As it stands right now, there is only one 4-win team projected to make the field. There were quite a few upsets tonight with 4-4 teams beating teams with better records. East Moline needed a lot of help in the other direction, and they didn't get it. Okay. All right, let's do some 2A. All right. Quincy, Notre Dame. 3, Rockridge. An 8. Dwight, 16. No, they're not. They moved up. They won tonight. That's a 12. Okay, Arthur moves down because they lost. They're now a 5. Chester projected at an 8. Now they move up to a 6. One of the few teams that actually can move up tomorrow. Momense is now a 5. Sangamon Valley, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Seneca drops to a 7. Vandalia is now a 7. Pana, 4. Johnston City, a 1. El Paso Gridley, 10. Bismarck Henning, 2. Tri-Valley, 3. Maroa, 2. Deer Creek Mackinac, 16. Redbud, also a 16. I think. Maybe it's Dupo. No, they're 16. Okay. Carmi, White County. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. So White County is a 9. Westville, a 14. Erie, a 15. Elmwood, 4. Atlantic Eastland is a 9. St. Teresa is now dropped down. I think they're the 15. Nashville is not in the bracket anymore. They are replaced by... Who are they replaced by? Oakwood. Oakwood is a 14. Oakwood there. Oakwood. North Mac. For North Mac, Warrensburg Latham, an 8, Shelbyville, Chicago Christian, 6, Bloomington Central Catholic, a 13, Illini West, 11. Flora. Is now a 13. Okay. So now we can put these in the bracket. Farmington, Deer Creek, Mackinac. 2 is fine. Elmwood, BCC, 413. 512 is Dwight on the bottom. Lemons on the top. Okay. 215 is Bismarck, Henning, and Erie. 710 is Seneca and El Paso Gridley. 314 Tri-Valley and Oakwood. 611 Chicago Christian, Illini West. Okay, match 9. Top seed is Johnston City. Could be Chester. That could change. Johnston City and Redbud. Okay, Warrensburg Latham. White County. Anapora. Arthur. And Morella Forsyth. St. Teresa. Vandalia, Sangamon Valley, Quincy Notre Dame, Westville, Chester North Mac. All right, so 2A is done. One more bracket. Yes, the Hardin Calhoun situation, correct. That's a locked situation. If Althoff loses tomorrow, Calhoun would go to the 1, and if they win, they will go with the 2. There's a significant gap between them and the teams behind them, so that's how that breaks down. Okay, Lena to Stockton. 10. Aurora Christian, 16. Ottawa Marquette, 15. Milan Weathersfield, 8. That's a 5 seed jump for them. Oakwood will replace them with Clifton Central. Academy is an 11. Depot, 16. Camp Point Central, a 3. Cheshire, 7. GCMS, 3. Greenfield, 5. Salt Fork, 13. Carrollton, 13 for Carrollton. Princeville. 7. Central A&M. 15. Galena. 12. West Central. 8. Tuscola. 11. Rockford Lutheran. They slipped down tonight. They're 9 now. Stark County. 5. Leroy. 1. Red Hill. 10. Althoff is a 1. Comas. 14. Newman Central Catholic. 6. Rushville. 4. Hardin Calhoun. 2. Brown County. Is a 12. Jacksonville Route, a 9. Cumberland, 6. Westfield, a 4. Okay, so all the seeds are done, the teams are done. I got to just do the matchups. Last 16 matchups. Christian. Huddersfield, Rockford Lutheran. Rushville. Which is Salt Fork. 5-12. Stark County and Galena. Winslow, Ottawa Marquette. Princeville and Stockton. GCMS Central, Sterling Newman Hope Academy. Okay. 9. Althoff. 16. Dupc. 8-9. Central. Jacksonville Route. 4-13. Casey Westfield. Carrollton. All right, as I'm wrapping up here, just wanted to tell everybody who's still hanging around, thanks a lot for supporting Friday Night Drive, hanging around, watching this process. I have a lot of fun with it. I'm glad you guys do too. And once again, I'll be updating these through tomorrow. I'll be factoring in tiebreakers and some things that maybe didn't come in tonight, like some out-of-state scores that might have changed some point totals. I'll be updating on the blog all throughout the day on Saturday, especially if some things happen in those Saturday games that change things. I'll definitely be all over that as it happens. But once again, just thanks to everyone that has participated and helped out with score retrieval. It's valuable beyond belief. Like answering questions, enjoyed talking about this stuff. And it's been a great season. And the reason that it has been is because we've had active participants on it. So I very much appreciate it. And that'll do it. I just finished out the 1A bracket. I'm going to update them on the website here shortly. There'll be a little bit of more information provided for that. And once again, I'll be blogging all day tomorrow, following along with the Saturday results, if anything should change, and kind of breaking down a little bit more what happened tonight. But thanks a lot, everybody. Good night.